Good evening, everyone. It's dark, but it's time. Tonight, we're going to play the last book of the Freeway Warrior series by Joe Dever. Before that, a little bit of Lone Wolf news from the Magnaman newsletter. Apparently, books 11 and 12 hardcover editions are going to be released quite soon before the end of the month. So I'm hoping that the paperback editions will be released most probably in the next few months, maybe March at the latest, if we're taking into account the release dates of the previous ones, uh, the paperback editions compared to the hardcover ones. There's usually a delay of about 2 or 3 months, so we'll see how it goes. With a little luck in the meantime, we'll get book 7 in store in paperback editions. We'll see how it goes. So I'm not sure yet what I'm going to play after Freeway Warrior, since there are no more books outside the Combat Heroes series, which is better played with 2 players. Um, there are no other series by Joe Dever. I'm looking right now at other old school game books, like, for example, those by Dave Morris, like Blood Sword or Golden Dragon, maybe something like that. So we'll see. Surprise for next week. But right now we need to finish book 4, the last one of Freeway Warrior. So let's start with the story so far. You're Carl Phoenix, the Freeway Warrior, champion and protector of Dallas Colony 1. The final stage of your life or death exodus to the California coast is fraught with extraordinary dangers, breakdowns, rockfalls, and unexplained deaths. Can you unravel the mystery that surrounds your journey, or will you perish without trace in the wastelands of Arizona? Joe Dever, the creator of the best-selling Lone Wolf adventure books and novels and the Freeway Warrior adventure books, achieved worldwide recognition in 3 creative fields: an award-winning author of international renown, as an acclaimed musician and composer, and as game designer specializing in role-playing games. So like we said earlier, you are Carl Phoenix, a survivor born in California on Thanksgiving Day in the year AD 2000. In 2012, while on winter vacation at your uncle Jonas and Aunt Betty Ann's ranch in Texas, you were invited to visit a shale mine near Austin, the first of its kind in Texas. As chief of construction, your uncle was proud to take you on a guided tour of the whole underground complex, which for security reasons was totally self-supporting. It was during this tour on 3 January 2012 that the Holocaust began. You remember how the ground shattered when the shock waves of the first distant explosions reached the mine, and how you thought it was the start of an earthquake, such as you had experienced many times at home in California. But as the levels nearest the surface began to collapse and the central elevator shaft filled with rubble, you realized the awful truth. At first there was no way of telling the extent of the surface devastation. Below ground, the safety generators had automatically switched into operation when the main power supply failed, and the tremors had faded quickly, which encouraged your aunt and uncle to believe that the damage above was superficial. Uncle Jonas was confident that the military will mount a rescue operation and that you will be brought out within a few days, a week at the most. Aunt Betty Ann, too, was optimistic. After all, there were emergency supplies, enough to feed 200 men for a whole month. Little did she know that the 3 of you will end up consuming all those supplies, or that the mine will become your home, your shelter, and your prison for the next 8 years of your lives. It was early September in the year 2019 when eventually you broke through to the surface. The landscape surrounding the mine looked like the surface of another planet. Few structures had survived the blizzards and intense cold that had swept around the world in the years following the day. And now, after the dust had settled and the sun returned, the once fertile plains of Austin resembled little more than a desert of parched and broken rock, littered with the artifacts of an absent civilization. During the first few days when you set out to explore this wilderness, it was easy to believe that you were the only survivors. But on the morning of the 5th day, Uncle Jonas made chance radio contact with a family called Ewell, who were living near the ruins of McKinney, 30 miles north of Dallas. They told him that they had been in touch with a handful of other groups who had managed somehow to survive the Holocaust. Most were isolated, unable to move due to lack of fuel, food, or water. They had urged those who could travel to join them in McKinney to start a new community there, and some were already on their way. When your uncle and aunt accepted their invitation, the Ewells were enthusiastic, but they also warned you to be wary. Not everyone who had survived wanted to establish a new community. The ruins of some large Texan cities, such as Dallas and Fort Worth, were controlled by gangs of criminals who fought with each other and terrorized anyone seeking to re-establish law and order. They urged you to avoid these gangs at all costs. It took more than a week to discover a vehicle capable of transporting you to McKinney. It was an old-school bus parked in an underground lot where it had survived the years of sub-zero blizzards. With fuel and spares salvaged from the mine, you managed to coax it back to life, whereupon you set off on your journey north. When you arrived at the town, it was easy to find where the Ewells lived, for the ranch was the only place that was still standing. It looked more like an old frontier post than a ranch, with its fortified perimeter wall, lookout posts, and stake-filled moat. However, after being ambushed and shot at by the city gangs of Fort Worth during the final stages of your journey, you could readily understand the need for these defenses. Pop Ewell, the 70-year-old grandfather of the Ewell family, was the leader of the small colony of survivors, and it was he who had urged Uncle Jonas to join them when your uncle had first made radio contact. The colony numbered less than a dozen at the time of your arrival, yet as the airwaves became clearer and new contacts were made, the number had soon more than doubled to 25. It was decided that a name was needed to identify the settlement. The name Dallas Colony 1 was adopted, DC-1 for short, and from that day on, everyone worked hard to make DC-1 a secure haven for those seeking refuge from the hostile wastelands and marauding city gangs. Cotter Jacks was one such refugee. Before the day, he had been chief mechanic at the International Grand Prix circuit near Lake Dallas, and his incredible skill and knowledge of engines was soon to prove invaluable to the colony. He taught you how to drive, and from a pile of old wrecks that you helped him salvage from the circuit, he built you a powerful customized car. You used it to patrol the highways north of the city, keeping a lookout for gangs of city punks who frequently mounted raids to steal or destroy DC-1's supply. Cotter also taught you to shoot, and it was your natural prowess with a gun and your skill behind the wheel that was to earn you the begrudging respect of your enemies, who took to calling you the Freeway Warrior. 6 months after your arrival at DC-1, the colony was faced with a major crisis. A heatwave caused a drought that threatened to destroy the food supply. Crops were failing and the colony's artesian well, its only source of uncontaminated water, was beginning to dry up. The drought was also provoking more attacks from the city punks who were desperate for food and water. Their common need had united them, and now they posed a very real threat to the security of DC-1. It was the last day of May 2020 when Pop Ewell made radio contact with another colony, who were based in the city of Big Spring, 300 miles west of McKinney. Their situation was completely the reverse of DC-1's. They had food and water in plentiful supply, but they were desperately short of fuel. They told of their contact with survivors in Tucson, Arizona. We also were without fuel. The Tucson colony reported that the territories west of the mountains of the Sierra Nevada had been spared the worst effects of the radioactive blizzards that had devastated the rest of the country, and miraculously, much of Southern California was still widely populated. It had survived the last 8 years virtually intact. When you heard the news, you could hardly believe your ears. Perhaps your family was still alive. Perhaps there was still a chance that one day you will be reunited. A meeting was held to decide how best to deal with the crisis facing DC-1. Everyone agreed that staying at McKinney could only lead to eventual death, either slowly from starvation or suddenly at the ends of the murderous city gangs. The only choice open to DC-1 was to try to reach California. Only there lay any real hope for the future of the colony. The decision was relayed to the survivors at Big Spring, and a deal was struck to rendezvous with them as soon as possible. DC-1 will give them fuel in exchange for food and water, and together they will join up with the Tucson colony for the final stage of the journey to California. Careful preparations were made for the long trek, and 3 vehicles were chosen to make up the convoy: the school bus, your customized roadster, and a gasoline tanker laden with 5,000 gallons of petroleum siphoned from underground storage tanks at the Ewell Ranch. Supplies of food and water were adequate, but the colony lacked sufficient firearms and ammunition with which to defend itself. On the day before the convoy was due to leave, one of the colonists was sent north to search the town of Sherman for weapons. He radioed back to say that he had found a cache of hunting rifles and ammunition, but that his truck had broken down and he was stranded in the town. He had also found a survivor, a beautiful teenage girl, and he requested that you go to Sherman to pick them both up. As soon as you arrived, you were ambushed by the scouts of a brutal gang of bikers known as the Detroit Lions, and in the ensuing gun battle, you killed Stinger, the scouts' leader. Later, you learned that the girl, Kate Norton, was the sole survivor of a Kansas City colony that had been attacked and wiped out by the Detroit Lions. The Lions' leader, who calls himself Mad Dog Michigan, had taken a liking to her and spared her life. Mad Dog was once a high-ranking HAVOC agent who had escaped from Pontiac Deep Pen near Detroit, and he and his gang, most of whom were also HAVOC escapees, were heading for the Fort Hood Military Reserve near Killen, Texas, the largest armory in the whole of the United States. There he hoped to find enough weapons to equip the other HAVOC clans, who were now in control of cities all along the eastern seaboard. Kate had managed to steal a motorcycle and escape from their camp, but Mad Dog was determined to get her back. He sent his brother, Stinger, and a handful of his best scouts to track her down, and he had finally caught up with her at Sherman. When Mad Dog learned that you had killed his brother, he vowed to get even with you. He abandoned his plans to loot Fort Hood, and embarked instead on a relentless pursuit of your colony as it crossed the sun-scorched wastelands of Texas. The journey to Big Spring was fraught with great danger, and yet, in spite of the many perils you faced, or perhaps because of them, you felt yourself falling in love with Kate, and you sensed that she was becoming increasingly fond of you. Sadly, the convoy was only a few miles from Big Spring when disaster struck. The land surrounding the settlement was controlled by a gang of bikers, a renegade clan called the Mavericks, who had been the bane of the Big Spring colony for many months. As the convoy drew nearer to its destination, the Mavericks launched an attack, and in the running battle that ensued, they captured and abducted Kate. The convoy entered the fortified gates of Big Spring to rapturous welcome from the colonists of that settlement, but for you the celebration was soured by the vivid memory of Kate's abduction. You vowed to rescue her, and from that moment on, every waking minute of every day at Big Spring was spent thinking about little else. By chance it transpired that the leader of the Mavericks, a blonde-haired murderer called Amex Gold, was a former HAVOC agent who had served under Mad Dog Michigan before the day he offered to join forces with the Lions, and as a gesture of his loyalty to his former commander, he returned Kate to him. Together, the Lions and the Mavericks launched a hasty attack on Big Spring, yet although they outnumbered the colony by more than 3 to 1, they were unable to breach the settlement's fortified perimeter wall, and were repelled with heavy losses. On the day after the attack, Popuel discovered a radio frequency that the clansmen were using and was able to eavesdrop on their communications. He learned that Mad Dog had ordered another HAVOC clan, the Saints, who were based in New Orleans, to come to reinforce his command. They were expected to arrive within the week. He also overheard Mad Dog arrange a meeting with Meek and Mike, the leader of the Angelinos, a gang who controlled the city of San Angelo. He wanted him as an ally, and was prepared to offer guns and ammunition in return for his help in destroying the Big Spring colony. 2 days later, Mad Dog Michigan set off for San Angelo at the head of a motorcycle pack 200 riders strong. Those few clansmen who remained with Amex Gold tried all manner of tricks to convince the colony that the Mavericks and the Lions still surrounded Big Spring in strength, but to no avail. The senior members of the newly enlarged colony convened a meeting, at which it was decided that, with the clansmen now at their weakest, and with the appearance of the New Orleans gang expected at any time, a breakout had to be attempted without delay. There was only one way for the colony to reach Tucson, overland, and that was to follow the remains of Interstate Freeway 10 through the arid, mountainous territory of western Texas, precisely halfway between Big Spring and Tucson, lies the city of El Paso. To reach the city in one piece became the convoy's goal. It lay at the end of a long and tortuous stretch of mountain highway, undoubtedly one of the toughest you will have to face on your journey to California. Under cover of darkness, the convoy escaped Big Spring and sped westwards. Now your vow to rescue Kate could at last be realized, and at the first opportunity you told the colony of your plans. Reluctantly, they let you leave the convoy and go to San Angelo, where you intended to infiltrate the meeting between the Lions and the Angelinos in the hope of finding Kate there. Your skill and daring were rewarded, for you were able to locate and rescue Kate from under the very noses of the clan leaders. During your escape from their city, you killed Meeking Mike, the Angelinos' leader, and stole a map from Mad Dog, Michigan. Later, you discovered that this map contained vital details of a Havoc operation to take over the whole of the United States. As you escaped westwards from San Angelo, you encountered 3 soldiers, survivors from a World Defense League outpost in southern Texas, who were also heading for El Paso, where the remnants of their common group were stationed. You joined them, and together you rendezvoused with the convoy at the entrance to the only passable road through the Apache Mountains. A fierce battle was raging along this pass between the Mavericks and a clan of Mexicans who had crossed the border in search of food and supplies. The convoy was forced to run the gauntlet of their gunfire before finally reaching its goal. Upon entering the city, you received a warm welcome from the WDL command group, who are defending the military reserve of Fort Bliss. They celebrated your arrival for several days until the appearance of Mad Dog, Michigan, and an army of clansmen numbering over 1,000 strong brought an abrupt end to the festivities. He had persuaded the Mexicans to join with the Lions, the Mavericks, and the Saints, all of whom were now united to his cause. The situation was desperate. Faced with overwhelming odds, the WDL command tried to negotiate with Mad Dog, but he rejected their overtures with disdain. He sent a reply to the command leader, Captain Franklin, in which he reaffirmed his vow to avenge his brother's death. His aims were brutally simple. He promised that neither you nor any of the colony will ever leave El Paso alive. He set up headquarters in Ciudad Juarez on the Mexican side of the Rio Grande, where he directed his clan army to encircle and lay siege to the colony. For 2 weeks, he launched repeated attacks, calculated to weaken your defenses. The colony withstood the assaults, but the constant attrition began to erode your hopes of ever being able to break out of El Paso and reach Tucson in one piece. Then a radio message was intercepted that was to turn this desperate situation into a crisis. A clan convoy of trucks was bound for Mad Dog's headquarters in Ciudad Juarez. On board were enough high explosives to blow Fort Bliss, and everyone in it, to sightless atoms. Something had to be done to prevent Mad Dog from using these explosives. Out of desperation was born a daring plan. The explosives had to be destroyed as soon as they reached Ciudad Juarez. It was a dangerous and potentially suicidal mission, too difficult for one man alone. Therefore, Captain Franklin chose to lead the mission himself, and he called for 3 volunteers to accompany him. 2 WDL soldiers, Haskell and Knott, readily accepted the challenge, and mindful that the future of the colony was dependent on the success of this mission, you summoned up enough courage to volunteer as the 4th member of his team. Armed with contact mines, the 4 of you infiltrated Mad Dog's base and blew up the explosives shortly after they arrived there. The unexpected destruction of the base threw his clan army into confusion and enabled the colony to break out of Fort Bliss virtually unopposed. As the colony made its escape westwards towards Tucson, your team escaped from Ciudad Juarez in a hijacked truck and made its way along the Mexican border. The plan was for you to rendezvous with the colony the following day, but mechanical breakdowns and skirmishes with Mad Dog Scout prevented an early reunion. Enraged by the sheer nerve of your attack and the damage inflicted upon his command, Mad Dog Michigan sent for Helmut Varkin, the most ruthless of all his Avoc assassins. Relentlessly, Varkin shadowed your team as you traversed the mountainous forests of southern Arizona, and one by one, he coldly murdered your comrades until only you remained. In a fateful showdown in the town of Tombstone, you faced Varkin and avenged your dead companions in the yard of the town's historic courthouse. Using the deceased assassin motorcycle, you reached Interstate 10 and followed tire tracks that were made the day before by the convoy vehicles. They led you to the town of Benson, 40 miles southeast of Tucson, where unexpectedly you met up with Kate Norton. When your team had failed to make the rendezvous, the colony had come to the reluctant conclusion that you had all perished at Ciudad Juarez. Only Kate clung to the belief that you were still alive and had persuaded the colony leaders, against their better judgment, to allow her to wait for you here. Driving your roadster, the two of you set off confidently on the final leg of your journey to Tucson. However, your confidence was soon shattered by the sudden appearance of another roadster, an armed and armored racing machine, driven by none other than your arch-enemy, Mad Dog Michigan. A vicious road duel ensued as you raced towards the sanctuary of the Tucson stronghold, a battle that culminated in a high-speed collision that sent your enemy carrying off the freeway at over 100 miles per hour. The last you saw of the Havoc later was when his roadster plummeted into a deep drainage way called the Pantano Wash. You and Kate entered the Tucson stronghold to a hero's welcome. The colony was overjoyed, for they feared that they will never see either of you again. They were saddened to hear of the death of your comrades, yet all drew some comfort from the knowledge that the memory of their sacrifice will never fade. Had it not been for their bravery, the convoy will never have reached Tucson intact. Alright, so that was the story so far. They needed to add together all the stories so far, the previous books. Perchance there are only 4 in the series. So for the game rules, they're the same as before. The combat skill and endurance points carry over from the previous books. Those were 18 for the close combat skill and 29 endurance points. We get 4 extra points due to completing the previous books. So all those points were put into stealth, perception, and driving to give kind of round up average numbers for all skills. Stealth got +2 though, because the dumb stat, but it's useful. So I'm trying to combat all the malices we're getting with the items in backpack, the guns we're carrying, and all that stuff. The book doesn't stop asking us for stealth checks, so see how it goes. Same thing for the equipment, it carries over from the previous book. I think I took a rope and a meal, because rope, you know, and the extra slot with all that was left, better take a meal. I'm still not sure if the combat viewer and the binoculars are redundant or not, so we'll see in this book. If they ask for the combat viewer and the binoculars at the same time, I'll probably will drop the binoculars. We finished the last book with an almost full medkit, or maybe it was full. Anyway, with what they give at the beginning, without even rolling the dice, makes more than enough to pull the medkit. And water canteen is full at the beginning as usual. Melee weapons carry over from the previous books, so fire axe and meat cleaver, both for +3 combat skill weapons. Ammo carry over as well. We were full when we finished with 36 rounds of 9mm, 2 rounds of 7.62mm. Most 9mm rounds are used by the machine pistols, but sometimes could be useful to the pistol, although the machine pistol can be used as a pistol as well when there are fewer rounds, so well, anyway, I keep both just in case. And a rifle for the 7.62, no 12 gauge, no shotgun. That's pretty much it for the items. Nothing special gets added this book either at the beginning. As usual, we're going to use D10 instead of the combat table, as the homebrew rules for those books, they're the same as before as well. If we die at some place, we're going to go back and take a different choice. If we die again, we're going to go back again and take another choice till there's none left, but probably we will be able to find one that works. If we die in combat, we're going to take the flee option if there's one. If not, we're going to go back to a previous choice and take a different direction if possible. If not, we're going to go through the fight as if we won, so as to not play this game tomorrow morning. That's pretty much it for the homebrew rules. So let's finally begin the last book of Freeway Warrior, California Countdown, Section 1. The day after your arrival sees the withdrawal of Mad Dog Michigan's clan army from the vicinity of the Davis Mountain Air Force Base, stronghold of the Tucson colony. Scouts are sent to shadow the enemy, and later in the day, they return to report that the clansmen have pulled back to Nogales, a frontier town on the Mexican border. This hurried retreat reinforces the belief that Mad Dog perished when his speedster crashed into the Pantano Wash. Boosted by the arrival of your convoy, the Tucson colony now numbers over 130 men, women, and children. Supplies of food and water are adequate, and with the arrival of DC-1's gasoline tanker, there is more than enough fuel to get you to California. Mike Gorgas, a former district attorney who is now the appointed leader of the Tucson colony, urges the other colony leaders to make preparations to leave the stronghold and head west without delay. The clan army may have suffered a setback, but sooner or later, prompted by a lack of supplies or a desire for revenge, they are sure to leave Nogales and attack the stronghold in force. There is also the threat of an attack by the Outlaws, an exceptionally vicious clan that controls the city of Phoenix. Among their number are many criminals who have been expelled from California since the day. Their leader, Shiloh, is one such outcast. He has been exiled into the Omega Zone, the name Californians have given to the ravaged territories east of their state line. For murder, looting, and other lesser crimes he and his gang perpetrated in Los Angeles during the past few months, he has often crossed swords with the Tucson colony, resulting in death on both sides. When the time comes to plan the route to California, the colony agrees that they should at least try at all costs to avoid contact with Shill's clan. Interstate 10 is the only highway out of Tucson capable of carrying the convoy at reasonable speed, yet it passes straight through the center of Phoenix. The only alternative is to follow this highway as far as Arizona City, and then switch to Interstate 8. The colony could then follow the freeway across southern Arizona to Yuma, traverse the Colorado River at this point, and continue through the desert and mountains of southern California, until finally reaching its goal, the city of San Diego. Much of the territory south of Phoenix is patrolled and controlled by the Outlaws. To avoid the risk of running headlong into a clan patrol, the colony appoints you and 3 others as scouts, whilst the colonists complete their final preparations to leave the stronghold. You and the other scouts set off along Interstate 10, to check that the road ahead is clear. So let's see where we are. Tucson here. Phoenix over there that we need to watch out. Guess we could simply take the Southern Highway here instead of Highway 8, but well, should get to Yuma over there. And then cross over and get to San Diego on the west coast. See how it goes. It is an hour after dawn when the fortified gates of the Davis Mountain base are unlocked and dragged open. With a reassuring smile, you bid farewell to Kate, and then accelerate the roadster out of the base along the pothole asphalt of a service road that leads to Interstate 10. Beside you sits Gary Rickenbacker, an ex-flying circus stunt pilot from Midland, Texas. Is one of the big spring colonists who join up with DC-1 when your convoy reached that town, the first of the few civilized strongholds you have visited on your journey west. In your driving mirror, you see Macy and Langdon, both from Tucson. They are the other half of your scouting party. They drive a supercharged Trent Soul that is sheeted in gray armor plate, a custom modification that has saved their skins on more than one occasion. You hit the freeway doing 65 and follow the blistered road signs pointing north to Casa Grande. 30 minutes later, you pass through the fire-blackened ruins of Relito and Marana, two towns the outlaws torched last month to show the Tucson colony that what Shiloh had in store for them. So Relito here, Marana there. 10 miles slip by before you reach the next town, Red Rock. There you see something unusual, which makes you ease your foot out of the gas and bring your roadster gliding gently to a halt. Macy and Langdon pull up behind you, leap out of their car, and run forward to find out what is wrong. Check out the wreck over there on the road, say, pointing to a car parked outside the derelict drugstore. What do you think? That sure weren't there the last time I drove through this place, answers Macy, squinting at the distant vehicle. And it was just the day before yesterday. There are outlaws in that town, we're gonna have to flush them out. If they get word back to Sheila about the convoy, we'll have this entire gang come down on us like a ton of bricks, says Langdon, as he unbuckles the holster flap covering his pistol. You agree with him and propose a plan. Two of you will enter the town and search the buildings in the area near where the car is parked. You will flush out any outlaws that may be hiding there. Meanwhile, the other two will skirt around the town and wait on the far side of the freeway exit. If the outlaws attempt to get away, they will prevent their escape. The others agree to your plan and quickly get ready to enter the town. So two options. We can either enter the town and search the buildings, or skirt around the town and take up a position at the freeway exit. I guess since it's our idea, we should be the ones getting in danger and enter the town and search the buildings. You wish Macy and Langdon good luck, and then you watch as they drive off the freeway and make a wide detour around Red Rock. As soon as they are in position on the far side, you and Rickenbacker climb back into your roadster and drive slowly towards the town. You stop 50 yards short of the suspect clan car, check your weapons, and then creep forward on foot to take a closer look. While Rickenbacker acts as lookout, You search the interior of the abandoned vehicle. Apart from some discarded food wrappers, a damaged water canteen, and a few items of clothing, the car is empty. You're walking to the rear of the car, intent on searching the trunk, when suddenly Rickenbacker shouts out in alarm, "Look out, over there!" His warning is lost in the sound of gunfire. The staccato hammering of a machine pistol splits the air, and in the brief moment in which you throw yourself to the ground instinctively, you catch sight of a shadowy figure firing at you from the doorway of a store across the street. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your perception and stealth skill scores. So 4 plus 5 plus 9. So that's 18. Minus 3, 15. Minus 2, 13. If your total score is 13 or less, so not enough points in stealth. Damn. A line of dust flurries chases towards you as the Klansmen bullets drill themselves into the ground. Rickenbacker returns fire, buying you enough time to roll back to the cover of the car, but not before one of the slugs has gouged a furrow of flesh from the calf of your right leg. Lose 2 endurance points. Wincing from the pain of your wound, you drag yourself to your knees and fumble for your weapon. Then the chattering of your partner's machine pistol stops in mid-burst, and you hear him cursing as frantically he struggles to extract a dud cartridge that has jammed in the breech. Seconds later, the shadowy figure reappears in the doorway, clutching a gun at the hip level. 2 options: open fire or not. They're quite simple options. I guess Rickenbacker might be in danger if we don't open fire here. You raise your gun and squeeze the trigger just as the Klansman loses off a second burst of fire. Yeah, I guess we will use the machine pistol in this case. It will make more sense even if it takes more rounds. Bullets thud into the side of the car, dangerously close, but you fight the urge to dive for cover. The firing stops, and your adversary clutches at his chest and crumples in a heap in the doorway. Rickenbacker, having finally lost his patience, slams his gun angrily against the front of the car. To his surprise, the sudden impact is just what is needed to dislodge the faulty shell. Then you hear running steps, somewhere above and behind you. You turn in time to see 2 Klansmen rushing to take up firing positions on the roof of a nearby bank. You shout a warning, and immediately Rickenbacker spins around to face the threat. With no time to take proper aim, the 2 of you trust to your luck as you spray the parapet of the roof with gunfire. Okay. Your swift action is rewarded. The Klansmen are caught in your crossfire before they have you fixed in their sights. With gurgling screams, they tumble from the roof of the bank and crash onto the street below. "You okay?" asks Rickenbacker. "Sure, just fine," you reply confidently. "I guess we'd better check out the bodies and make sure they're outlaws." He nods in agreement and follows as you walk across the street towards the fallen Klansmen. As you approach the crumpled bodies, you hear the growl of a powerful car engine and turn to see the Great Renzol approaching from the freeway exit. You wave to show Macy and Langdon that you are both okay, and they return a thumbs up as they halt outside the bank. "These jokers were clan members, but how do we know they're Shill's men?" you ask, pointing at the lifeless bodies. "Their hotel is all right," says Macy, motioning to the Klansman's car. "That skull and crossbones scrawl on the driver's door is their mark, sure enough." While the others dispose of the bodies, you take the opportunity to search the drugstore. You are curious to know what it was that the clansmen were looking for, and it does not take long to find out. A large cardboard container lies on its side near the door, dropped there no doubt when you and Rickenbacker made your unexpected appearance. Spilled out across the floor are bottles of painkillers and stimulants, and syringe that the clansmen have looted from the drugstore's safe. You sift through the contents and quickly scan the store's shelves for useful items. Your search uncovers enough medical supplies for 4 medikit units. When you return to the others, they offer you the remainder of the items that were found on the clansmen bodies. We're already full in medikit, but let's use one to heal ourselves. So the items are shotgun, a knife plus 2 combat skill, and 2 rounds of 12 gauge. We'll drop the pistol, switch for a shotgun. But shotgun ammo takes so much space. Nah. Before leaving Red Rock, a call comes through on the transceiver in Macy and Langdon's car. It is Popuel, radioing to tell you that the convoy is now ready to leave Tucson. You report that the freeway is clear as far as Red Rock, and that you will continue ahead and scout Eloy, the next major town on Interstate 10. North of Red Rock, the freeway climbs towards a mountain pass called the Picacho, and the surrounding craggy peaks strike you as ideal sniper territory. Rather than run the risk of being ambushed, you decide to pull over and signal to Macy and Langdon to do likewise. You point out the risk, but they are not convinced. They have scouted this territory many times in the past few months, and they feel you are being too careful. So confident are they that the pass is deserted, they volunteer to check it out on their own. Reluctantly, you agree to their request. While you wait for them to return, you must take a drink, or lose 3 endurance points. So Red Rock here, Eloy, we're about there. Slowly the minutes tick by as you wait the return of Macy and Langdon. Rickenbacker, an inveterate poker player, suggests a card game to pass the time, but you decline his offer. You are too anxious about the surrounding landscape to run the risk of being caught off guard. It is almost an hour later when the Transol reappears in the distance. Despite your fears, your 2 fellow scouts return safely to report that the pass is clear and the town of Eloy, 15 miles beyond, is also deserted. They have managed to scout as far as the junction with Interstate 8, where they came upon a very different situation. At the intersection, they saw a large group of outlaws encamped in tents on either side of the freeway. "The freeway is clear of barricades," says Macy, "but the outlaws are armed to the teeth. The convoy will be cut to ribbons if it tries to run that gauntlet." "Heck, what can we do?" You reply uneasily. "It's all mountain in these parts. The convoy will never get across in one piece. They've just gotta use the freeway." "I know the news ain't good, but we was chewing over his situation on the way back," says Langdon, wiping a hand across his grizzled beard. "And we think we've got a solution." "What we need is a diversion," says Langdon. "Something to draw them outlaws away from their camp. The intersection is in the suburbs of Arizona City, and we figured that if we were to start a fire there, a real big fire, mind, then it might just keep them interested long enough for the convoy to hightail it through to I-8. "It's risky," you reply thoughtfully, "but I reckon it might just work. Let's put it to the convoy and see what they say." Using the Transol's transceiver, you radio through to Popuel and inform him of the situation. He says he'll have to consult the others for a decision. But in the meantime, he advises you and the other scouts to head for Eloy and wait there until the convoy arrives. Here. It takes less than 15 minutes to reach Eloy. The town is derelict and its once prosperous stores bear obvious signs of having been looted many times over in the past few months. You park near the center of town and consider the idea of searching some of the nearby buildings. Although the chance of finding anything of practical use is remote, you have some time to kill. The convoy is not due to arrive here for another 2 hours. Looking around at the ruined stores, you note only two that look in any way interesting: an auto repair workshop and a gun store. So two options: search the workshop or the gun store. I guess we have enough guns and ammo. Better search the workshop. Inside the workshop, the service bay and stores areas have been stripped bare of all tools and other useful items. You can tell that the looting was the handiwork of the outlaws, for they have left their clan mark, a crude skull and crossbones motif, sprayed 6 feet high across one of the workshop's walls. Search through the debris, but it is not until you prise open the trunk of a derelict auto that you discover some items that may be of practical value. A toolkit, a tow chain of 10 feet length, and bolt cutters. I already have a toolkit. Alright, tow chain. Let's upgrade our rope. Not sure it shall take only one space in the backpack, but it doesn't say that it don't. Tow chain, 10 feet. And bolt cutters, those can be useful as well. Well, we really need a Geiger counter. It was useful at the beginning, but now let's take the bolt cutters instead. Leave the workshop and return to your roadster to await the arrival of the convoy. Well, that's the only option. Shortly after noon, the colony arrives in Eloy. With a mixture of pride and apprehension, you watch as Pico's Pete's tow truck leads the convoy of 15 vehicles along the main street and brings them to a halt in a line outside the entrance to the town's municipal park. Kate waves at you from a window of the DC-1 school bus, and quickly you leave your roadster to meet her and the other colonists. Aunt Betty Ann offers you some excellent food, which she has prepared especially for the journey, and while you and Kate are enjoying an unexpected meal together, Mike Gorgas, leader of the Tucson contingent, climbs aboard the bus to speak with you. The colony has decided that the idea of creating a diversion to draw the outlaws away from the freeway intersection is the best chance they have of reaching Interstate 8 intact. He wants you and Rickenbacker to set fires in the suburbs of Arizona City that are big enough to draw the Klansmen away. Macy and Langdon will watch the clan encampment, and as soon as they are sure that the plan is working, they will fire a distress flare. That will be the convoy's signal to move. It will also be your signal to get out of Arizona City as fast as you can. As soon as you are away, you are to head for the town of Gill Bend and rejoin the convoy there around sunset. After your meal, you say goodbye to Kate, and and try to assuage your fears by promising that you will take good care of yourself. The other members of the DC-1 contingent wish you good luck, including your old friend Cotter Jacks, who wishes he could come with you. He assures you that, were it not for the bullet he caught in his arm when the convoy made the Slaughter Mountain run, you will have a hard job stopping him. Having said your farewells, you return to your roadster to find Rickenbacker loading 2 large jerry cans into the trunk. They are filled with the gasoline you will need to set the fires. You help him strap them both, and then both of you climb into the roadster and set off for Arizona City. To reduce the risk of running unexpectedly into a clan patrol, you leave Interstate 10 at the first opportunity and follow the turgid waters of the Santa Cruz River north towards Arizona City. The river takes you through the heart of the town's suburban neighborhoods, now little more than a vast featureless sprawl of derelict homes and ruined factories. You head for Santa Valla, the highest of the town's districts, for it is from here that you will best be able to see Macy and Langdon's signal. It takes you the better part of 2 hours to discover the ideal place to set your fire. Built next to one another on a small industrial unit, you find a paint factory and a tire dump. A fire at either of these places will be seen for miles, but fires at both, and at the same time, promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The flip of a coin decides that Rickenbacker will set fire to the tire dump, leaving you with the task of firing the paint factory. Having parked the roadster a safe distance away, you approach the unit with gasoline cans in hand. You enter the factory through a hole in the fence and gain access to a storage warehouse filled with drums of inflammable polyurethane resins. The smell of burning rubber tells you that Rickenbacker has already set light to the dump, and prompts you to hurry as you douse the resin drums with gasoline. In your haste, you inadvertently knock the barrel of your gun against a metal stair rail and cause a spark that ignites the gasoline prematurely. Within seconds, you find yourself having to run for your life. Good job, Carl. With a roar, the drums start to explode, showering the warehouse with liquid fire that triggers yet more explosions. With terror in your heart, you look for a way to escape from the raging inferno. All you can see, through the billowing smoke and flame, is a staircase leading to an office on the first floor and a corridor marked by a sign that says, Test Laboratories this way. 2 options: climb the stairs to the office, or follow the corridor to the test laboratories. I think we should stay underground, even if test laboratories sounds scary. A wave of burning heat lashes your back and tightens the skin on your face and hands as you sprint towards the test laboratories. The explosions are growing louder and more frequent, and the floor shudders violently beneath your feet. You are only a few feet from the door to the first laboratory when a sudden gush of scorching air makes you cry out in pain. It shrivels your eyelashes and blisters the lining of your nose and throat. Lose 2 endurance points. Beyond the door, you discover a room filled with electrical test equipment. There is no other door from the room, and the corridor is now so full of toxic smoke that it will be suicidal to go back that way. Only the windows offer any chance of escape from the inferno, but when you take a closer look at them, your heart sinks. They are armored panels, a crisscross of wire netting sandwiched between 2 sheets of plate glass, each 25mm thick. As the paint on the inside of the laboratory door blisters and ignites, you hammer frantically at the window with the butt of your gun. Good job, Carl. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your stealth score. 9 plus 9, 18, minus 3, 15, minus 2, 13 again. You possess a monkey wrench? Nope. A hammer? Nope. Or a baseball bat? Nope. Add 2 points to your score. If you possess a fire axe? Oh yeah, add 4 points. So that's 17. If your total score is 10 or more. Consciously, you fight the rising panic that threatens to overwhelm you and redirect your blows at the window frame. Your efforts are soon rewarded. The frame splinters and collapses, allowing you to kick out the glass panel and escape into the parking lot beyond. As clean air fills your lungs, your strength returns. Without looking back, you sprint away from the area before one last massive explosion destroys the warehouse completely. As the sound of the explosion echoes for miles across the suburbs, you run as fast as you can towards the hole in the paint factory fence. You leap through and keep running, your eyes fixed straight ahead at a spot at the end of the street, where an anxious Rickenbacker is standing, waiting for you to show. He can see by the state of your clothing that you've had a lucky escape, and he rushes forward to help. "What the heck's happened to you?" he bellows, shouting in order to make himself heard above the roar of the fires. "Later," you reply. "I'll tell you later. First, we gotta get away from here." Together, you may get back to the roadster in time to see Macy and Langdon's distress flare shoot into the cloudless sky above Interstate 8. "It's worked," says Rickenbacker, relieved that your efforts have not been in vain. "The convoy's on its way through." "Yeah," you reply, fighting to catch your breath. "And that means the outlaws are on their way here. It's time we're out of here." A huge billowing pall of dense black smoke is rising into the sky above Arizona City, casting its shadow over the barren land ahead. Before long, you have left behind the town's suburban sprawl, and you find yourself making your escape westwards along an unmarked road that snakes towards the Santa Rosa Wash. The tiny town of Chuichu flashes past in the blink of an eye, and within a few minutes you arrive at a junction where once there were roads. Now no trace of them remains, save a signpost that indicates south to the town of Jackrabbit and west to the Santa Rosa Bridge in a town called Cocklebur. You continue driving due west across sun-baked soil littered with sagebrush and tumbleweed until at least you reach the Santa Rosa Bridge. It crosses the Santa Rosa Wash, a river that is now little more than a dried-up trench. The bridge is old and impassable by vehicle, and although the wash itself is bone dry, its banks are too steeply undercut for you to attempt a crossing here. "We'll head north and cross as soon as we can," you say, consulting your map. Rickenbacker is about to agree when suddenly he notices a cloud of dust approaching from the east. "Bikes," he hisses. "Clan bikes. Must be the first of the outlaws. Looks like they saw us leave Arizona City." Stand up in your seat in order to get a better view of the approaching bikers, and count only 2 motorcycles. They are moving too fast to outrun them, leaving you with only 2 options: to hide or to fight. I'm not sure where we can hide actually, in such a barren land. In the trench, but we elected not to go there because of the dangerosity of the steep. Yeah, I think there's only one option here, and it is to fight. Let's get them before they get us, you say, and drop back down into your seat, driving as slowly as you dare in order not to stir up any dust and give away your position. You steer your roadster towards a large clump of sagebrush and pinyon, and cut the engine the moment it is hidden from view. Silently, the two of you take to the bushes and wait for the bikers to approach. Pick a number from the random number table. 5. The number is 4 to 9. The two outlaws continue to ride towards the bridge and come to within 100 yards of your position before bringing their machines to a halt. One of them, a thin-limbed punk with a shaven head, kneels down to examine something on the ground. Then he stands, takes up a pair of binoculars slung around his neck, and focuses them on the bridge itself. The other biker, who is dressed in a tattered blue denim boiler suit, takes a long swig from a water canteen that is strapped to his chest. "Shall we take them out?" whispers Rickenbacker. You are about to reply when the shaven-headed clansman stiffens, lets his binoculars fall, and snatches up his machine's pistol that is slung beneath his shoulder. Somehow, by sound or instinct, he has been alerted to your position. He shouts a warning to his partner, and they scurry into the surrounding brush before you have a chance to fire. "They know we're here," hisses Rickenbacker. "I don't like it." "Keep a lookout to the right. I'll cover the left," you reply as quietly as you can. With your nerves on edge, you scour the surrounding undergrowth. A sudden noise to your left, like that of falling stone hitting the ground, makes you turn your head, but a quieter shuffling noise to your right causes you to turn back just in time to see the shaven-headed clansman running towards you before you can fire a shot. Running towards you with a knife in his hand, he makes a dive and is upon you before you can fire a shot. Instinctively, you grab his wrist and manage to twist the blade from his hand, but tenaciously he fights back, kicking and clawing like a wild animal as he launches his fight to the finish. Pee-wee, close combat skill, 16. So that's a +5 combat ratio. Endurance, 24. Maybe we'll fight a bit more this time around. Last time we had only 2 fights. You are unable to evade combat and must fight a clansman to the death. Alright, first fight of the night. The good rolls in Freeway Warrior aren't the higher ones. Well, they are, but not exclusively the higher ones. Rolls of odd numbers are usually better than even numbers, except 0, which is 10 actually. So let's see how it goes. First round, a 9. Yeah, good start. 1 damage against 6. 0. No damage against 12. And 7. No damage against 8. So he's dead. Lost only 1 endurance point. Pretty one-sided battle. You push the dead clansman away from you and turn to see Rickenbacker grappling with his partner. It looks like he has the upper hand until a blow to the side of his head sends him reeling to the ground. The outlaw cackles and reaches for a knife sheathed at his belt, but Rickenbacker is too quick for him. He draws the blade he carries concealed in his boot and hurls it at the grinning clansman, catching him in the throat. With a thin bubbling scream, the outlaw grasps the hilt and tries to wrench it free, but his strength, like his life's blood, is deserting him. With a shudder, his limbs stiffen, and then he goes limp and drops in a heap to the ground. That was a close call, says Rickenbacker as he bends over the outlaw and retrieves his blade. Damn close call. You search the clansmen's bodies before hiding them, together with their bikes, beneath the Santa Rosa Bridge. Your search uncovers the following items: binoculars, a water canteen, enough water for 2 drinks, a knife, dagger, 2 machine pistols, 28 rounds of 9mm, can carry 36, right? So let's take what we can here for the 9mm rounds. Pistol, HE grenade, toolkit, and enough food for 1 meal, but we're kind of full right now, so... After checking that the 2 outlaws were alone, you leave the bridge and go north in search of a suitable place to cross the Santa Rosa Wash. You need to follow the course of the Santa Rosa Wash for only half a mile before you find an ideal place to cross. It is close to the town of Cocklebur, a settlement that was home to the Papago Indians before the day. As you drive through the town, the beginnings of a hot, northwesterly wind sweep across the land, and you notice a dark storm cloud streaking the sky. You pray that it is the prelude to a rainstorm, for it has not rained in these parts for more than a year, but your experience and your senses tell you otherwise. There's a dust storm brewing. Dare say it's blowing down from the Nevada desert, say, motioning to the north. It's like it could be a mean hun, replies Rickenbacker as he stares thoughtfully at the gathering cloud. A real mean one. By the time you rejoin Interstate 8, the weather has greatly deteriorated. Carried on a high wind come swirling, stinging eddies of frost-red sand, some as tall as 5-story buildings. They move across the landscape like spinning tops, sucking in and spewing out tons of dust, rock, and debris every second of their short but violent lives. So great has the dust saturation become that even though it is still only late afternoon, you are forced to switch on your headlights in order to make out the road ahead. Out of this wall of dust, a millage sign appears which says Gila Bend, 44 miles. It is nearly an hour before you see another sign. This one announces a rest stop 1 mile ahead on the freeway. Okay, for crust here and got the freeway there to Gila Bend. We're probably up there somewhere here. 2 options. We can either stop at the freeway service area or continue driving through the dust storms. I think that both options are kind of bad. I'm not sure a freeway service area is the most rock solid place to weather the storm, but driving in dust kind of stupid. I guess we have no choice but to stop there. You pull off the freeway, follow the service road towards a diner, the largest building in the rest stop complex, and park your roadster as near to the entrance as possible. The diner has been vandalized by clansmen, and broken furniture and shattered glass litter its tiled floor. The strong smell of liquor wafts from the kitchen area, and Rickenbacker says it warrants a closer look. He leads the way, his footfalls crunching loudly on the glass-strewn floor as he heads optimistically towards the kitchen's double doors. I feel kinda thirsty all of a sudden, he says, as he pushes open the doors and strides into the darkened kitchen area. You're about to reply when a bottle comes flying through the air and smashes against the wall. missing your head by inches. "What the?" shouts your partner. He reaches for his machine pistol, but before he can unsling it from his shoulder, a dark shape leaps out from the shadows and pulls him roughly to the floor. Instinctively, you rush forward to help him, only to find yourself confronted by a drunken clansman wielding a broken bottle. He lets out a scream, and a fetid gust of liquor-soaked breath assails your nostrils. You recoil in disgust and avoid being hit as viciously he stabs the bottle at your face. Daytona Close Combat Skill 18, so it's a plus... not 18, 13, so it's a plus 8. Combat. Endurance 22. An 8. So that's 2 damage against 5. So a drunkard did a better job than the guy in the last fight. 7. No damage against 9. A 1. Damn. 3 damage against 4. And a 9, which ends the fight. No damage against 7. Rather 6. Oh, yeah, it ends the fight. Still lost 5 endurance points. I think we should heal ourselves back to 27. Just in case. As your will-be killer falls to the floor, you call out to Rickenbacker to check if he's alright. "No problem," he replies. "This punk ain't gonna mess with no one no more." A search of the clansman's clothing reveals a collection of items, one of which, a cigarette lighter, crudely engraved with a skull and crossbones motif, identifies them as outlaws. From the other items, you sift the following, which might be of use to you on the journey ahead. A compass could be useful in the storm. Yeah. Huh. A flick knife, a meat hook, which is a weapon, pistol, and 5 rounds of 9mm ammo. I think we shall trade the bolt cutters for the compass. Having satisfied yourselves that there is nothing else of practical use at the rest stop, you get back into the roadster and recommence your drive to Gila Bend. Really? I thought we were stopping here. Okay, I don't really understand what's going on here. Okay, well, it seems that we are driving through the storm after all. It is an hour before sunset when you arrive at the town of Gila Bend. Although the light is so poor because of the raging dust storm that it seems as though night has already fallen. It comes as a welcome surprise to find that the convoy has made it here before you. Mike Gorgus congratulates you and Rickenbacker on the success of your diversion, which drew away the entire clan encampment and allowed the convoy to pass through the intersection unhindered. As you pass down the line of colony vehicles acknowledging the welcoming faces, you are struck by the absence of one face that you particularly wanted to see. "Where's Kate?" you ask Cotter, who is busy covering the engine of the school bus to keep out the dust. "She's inside," he says, but you sense by the tone of his voice that something is wrong. Inside the bus, you find Kate lying across the rear seat. Despite the heat, she is covered with a blanket and is shivering fitfully. Aunt Betty Ann, who is a qualified county nurse, is kneeling by her side, dabbing the beads of sweat from Kate's ashen face and trying to soothe her with words of reassurance. "What's wrong?" you ask anxiously. "I reckon it's food poisoning," she replies. "There were a few mushrooms in a meal she ate about an hour ago." She continues to wipe her face, and then suddenly she blurts out, "Damn it, I know they were checked, but when I looked just now I found one that was a wrong one. Fly Garrick. Don't know how the heck it got in with the others, seeing how careful we were when we packed the food in Tucson." "Will she be okay?" you ask, alarmed. "She's a strong girl and she's fighting it. But it is serious poison, Carl. The mushroom she ate contains an alkaloid called muscarine. It's—" Your aunt notices the fear in your eyes and stops in mid-sentence. "She'll be okay, Carl. She's strong. She'll be okay." "Isn't there something we can do? Something you can give her to help her fight it? For crying out loud, we can't just let her die." You feel your aunt gripping your hand tightly as you try to combat the fear that is churning your stomach and numbing your mind. What she really needs is atropine. It'll neutralize the alkaloid and her body'll do the rest. We've searched the colony's medical supplies and the drugstores in this town, but none's been found. All we can do is hope she's strong enough to get through the next few hours." Aunt Betty Ann, what are her chances, her real chances of pulling through? "To be honest, Carl," she replies, her voice wavering, "they're less than 50%. Quietly, you leave the bus. Rickenbacker appears and says something about the roadster, but his words do not register. The gnawing fear that you could lose Kate fills your thoughts and blocks out everything. Numbly, you wander back to the roadster and sit alone in the driving seat, staring unseeingly at the swirling clouds of dust as you try to come to terms with what has happened. At length, you decide to try to find some atropine. As if you have suddenly awoken from a dream, your mind comes alive and you are galvanized into action. You take out your map and search for your present location. You reason that atropine is not something you will normally find in a downtown drugstore, but you will expect to find it in an hospital. Quickly, you scour the map and discover that the nearest hospitals to Gila Bend are in Hadjo and Casa Grande. Consult your map before deciding which of the hospitals you will visit. So we're in Gila Bend here. They're talking about Hadjo, which is south, and Casa Grande, which is behind us, in the Outlaws territory. But sounds like a bigger town. It really seems stupid to go back to Casa Grande. Probably the Outlaws on our tail. I don't see why we should not go to Hadjo. Nobody sees you leave Gila Bend. Hidden by the storm, you drive south along Highway 85 towards the obscured peaks of the Sauceda Mountains. Occasionally, the storm lets up long enough for you to make out a road sign or the ruins of a motel, but for the most part of an hour and a half, you see nothing but swirling dust on the road ahead. During your lonely drive, you must take a drink, or lose 3 endurance points, and eat a meal, or lose 3 endurance points. The first you see of Adjo is a battered city limit sign looming out of the dusty darkness. Night has now fallen, although visibility was already so poor that you hardly noticed the transition from day to night. Buildings appear as gray silhouettes, featureless and indistinguishable from one another. Suddenly the fear strikes you that you may never find the Adjo hospital, and therefore the vital atropine in time to save Kate's life. You have no idea where the hospital is located, so you decide to try to find a town map. You bring your car around and point it at the nearest building so that the headlights illuminate a sign that is fixed to the wall. It reads, Adjo Ranger Station. Sounds like a good place to find a map. You can either enter the building or continue along the highway. So let's enter. Covering your face against the stinging wind, you leave your roadster and run towards the ranger station's shattered main door. Inside the lobby, bathed in the light from your vehicle's headlamps, you find a laminated town map fixed to the wall. You grab a pen from the counter and hurriedly note directions to the hospital on the back of your left hand. As you turn to leave, you notice an open door off to your right. You can either search or not. Sure, why not? We're here already. Beyond the door, you discover an old locker room that served as a changing area and equipment store for the officers who were once stationed here. A quick search uncovers a solar torch. We have one already. A rifle. We have one as well. And 8 rounds of 7.62mm ammunitions. But they're full. That's pretty much it. Following your hastily scribbled directions, you drive around the empty streets of Adjo for nearly an hour before you find the town's memorial hospital. Once inside, you search the reception area and uncover a plant that reveals the location of the medicine storage facility. It lies at the end of a maze of corridors which are signposted but unlit. If you possess a solar torch, a box of matches, or a cigarette lighter, you have the solar torch. Your light illuminates the dingy corridors and enables you to follow the signs with ease. At length you reach the medicine storage facility and your hopes of finding some atropine and saving Kate's life begin to rise. Pick a number from the random number table. 7. And add it to your perception skill score. 5, that's 12. And your current endurance points total, 27, so that's 39 if the combined total is 27 or more. Expectantly, you reach for the handle, but as your hand closes around the steel lever, you hear something that makes you stop dead in your tracks. A scuttling, scratching sound is coming from inside the storage room. Gently, you depress the handle and open the door an inch or two, only to pull it shut quickly when you get a glimpse of what lurks inside. Thousands of cockroaches cover every surface in the storeroom, seething and undulating like some grotesque living carpet. It takes you several minutes to muster enough courage to open the door a second time, but before you do, you take off your jacket and tuck your jeans into your boots to prevent the insects from crawling up your legs. As the door opens and your light floods into the room, the insects panic and come rushing towards you like a torrent of vile brown water. Determinedly, you meet this tidal wave and beat a path towards the table in the middle of the room. Using your jacket to clear the surface, you climb onto it and wait there, a tiny island in the middle of a stormy brown sea, until the cockroaches have dispersed into the corridor outside. When eventually the loathsome tide ebbs, you jump down from the table and begin your search for atropine. The elation you feel at having found the medicine store is dampened when you take stock of your surroundings. Tens of thousands of bottles and containers line the shelves, not only in this room but in several other adjoining storage areas as well. And to make matters worse, there seems to be no logical order to the way the medicines have been stored. It could take you a week or more to inspect them individually. Hoping to get lucky, you search the shelves for the better part of an hour until you notice by chance that the base of each container carries an index number. Now you concentrate your efforts on finding a catalog or file that is the key to the storage system. Ironically, you discover it, a weighty computer printout, lying in a drawer of the table on which you took refuge from the cockroaches. Within minutes of finding the printout, you locate a tube of atropine tablets. You check that its seals is intact, and then slip the tub into your pocket as you hurry back to the roadster. You need not make a record of the atropine on your action chart. The dust storm is still raging fiercely as you climb back into the roadster and set off on the return journey to Gilliband. It is a difficult and frustrating drive. You cannot shake the fear that Kate will have lapsed into a coma before you return with the atropine, yet you dare not increase your speed for fear of crashing off the road. The strain takes its toll. Lose 2 endurance points. During your return drive, you must take a drink, or lose 3 endurance points. As you approach Gilliband, you are greeted by a volley of shots that brings you skidding to a halt. 2 men, both of whom you know to be Tucson colonists, emerge from the dust-choked darkness and come running towards you with machine pistols clenched in their hands. They stop in front of your roadster and are about to take aim at the windshield when one of them recognizes you. "What in God's name you doing, boy?" shouts Fraser, the older of the 2 lookouts. "You could get yourself killed." "Nobody told us you was out of the camp tonight," says Avenel, his young sidekick. "Where've you been?" Taking the tub of atropine tablets from your jacket pocket, you reply impatiently. "One of the DC-1 colonists is sick, and if she don't get this medicine soon she'll die. Now please, let me through." Fraser lowers his gun and moves aside, but Avenel remains where he is, his gun still level at your car. "Ain't she that clan girl, Kate Norton? I heard she and Mad Dog Michigan were knighted before you washed his brother," he says. "You'd better watch that mouth of yours, Avenel," retort, angered by his sneering comments. "Now get out of my way, I'm in a hurry." "They say them clan girls are really hot and wild. Now I bet you know all about that, wouldn't you, Phoenix?" he leers. You try to restrain yourself, but Avenel's ugly remarks are making your blood boil. Three options. That's so stupid. But well, the guy is stupid, so. We can get out of the roadster and teach him some manners. Or put our foot down and drive straight at him. Or suppress our temper and ask him once more to get out of our way. Well, number 2 is really idiotic, so let's not go there. But punch the guy or not. think I'd be the kind to give him a last chance before kicking his ass. Since it's way quicker, just step aside. Once more, you ask Avenel to get out of your way, but your request is totally ignored. Stubbornly, he remains fixed before your car and launches into a monologue that is so full of insults and coarse innuendo that leaves you trembling with anger. The thought of Kate slowly dying while you are held up by this abusive character is almost too much to bear. Fraser, seeing that you are fast approaching breaking point, steps in and orders Avenel to get out of the road. Reluctantly he obeys, and at once you drive off towards the center of Gillaband. Should have punched him finally. You return to the school bus to find your aunt sitting by Kate's side. She is holding her wrist as if monitoring her pulse, and her face is tense and lined with worry. Kate's face is deadly pale. She is no longer perspiring, and her breathing is almost imperceptible. "Where've you been, Carl?" asks your aunt in a tone of voice that reminds you immediately of your mother's. You reply simply by handing her the tub of atropine tablets. "How did you get—" She gasps, and then at once her look of surprise changes to one of intense concentration. "I went to—" You start, but your aunt cuts you off. "No, never mind now," she says tersely. "There isn't time for explanations. Kate's slipping away. We must be quick if we're to save her." Swiftly, your aunt prepares an atropine solution using the tablets and some boiled water, and carefully she pours it, drop by drop, into Kate's mouth. "You go and get yourself some rest," she says. "You've earned it. There's nothing more you can do here. We'll know in the morning if she's going to pull through." Aching with fatigue, you leave the bus and find shelter in the derelict boarding house nearby. There you find a bed with blankets and settle down to some much-needed sleep. You wake late the following morning and open your eyes to the unexpected sight of sunlight streaming in through the window of your room. During the night, the dust storm has abated steadily, and now, 2 hours before noon, the sun once again reigns supreme in the azure skies above Gillaband. Your first thoughts are of Kate, and immediately they spur you into action. Hurriedly, you gather up your equipment and run all the way to the school bus. You enter to find Kate sipping soup from a spoon that Aunt Betty Ann is holding to her lips. She still looks pale, but at least she is no longer at death's door. When she sees you, she sees you, she smiles, and holds out her hand. "How you doing, kiddo?" you say light-heartedly and squeeze her fingers, which are cold to the touch. "Better, thanks to you," she replies. You talk to her while she drinks the last of the soup. Then your aunt goes to the front of the bus and returns with another bowl. "Here you go, Carl," she says. "Have some brunch." "Not mushrooms, I hope," you comment, which makes Kate smile. As you are finishing your meal, Rickenbacker climbs aboard and informs you that the convoy will be leaving in an hour. "We'd better get ready, Carl," he says. "Mike Gorgas wants us to cover point. Macy and Langdon will be the convoy's rear guard." "Okay," you reply as you get ready to leave. You thank your aunt for the food. Restore 3 endurance points. And then kiss Kate goodbye before returning with Rickenbacker to your roadster. You bring your roadster to a halt at the front of the convoy, and Rickenbacker helps you replenish the fuel tank with gasoline drawn from the DC-1 tanker. Once the refueling is complete, the two of you carry out a routine inspection while the other convoy vehicles are being refueled for the journey ahead. After last night's excursion, you're keen to make sure that your vehicle is still roadworthy. Everything seems to be in good order until Rickenbacker notices wet patches of fluid pool on the ground on the inside of the front wheels. Closer inspection reveals it to be brake fluid, which is seeping from the severed brake lines. The damage is not accidental. The brake lines have been snipped with wire cutters. Someone has attempted deliberately to sabotage your vehicle. Two options. We can report the damage to Mike Gorgas, the convoy leader, or repair the damage and say nothing. Well, we have one main culprit here. I think we could take the high road and don't say anything, repair the damage, wait till the guy thinks that we're going to die, sees that we don't. Makes me think about the tavern with the assassin in book 2 of Lone Wolf, Fire in the Water. Both you and Rickenbacker are lost in thought as you climb back into the roadster and await the signal to leave. A few minutes later, you hear that signal. 3 blasts from the air horn of Mike Gorgas' Mack truck, and at once you lead the convoy out of Gila Bend, heading west on Interstate 8. 5 miles along the freeway, you come to a small deserted town called Smyr. A broken-down climb bike lies abandoned outside the town's gas station, and you fear that this might mean that the outlaws are lying in wait on the road ahead. To make sure that it is safe, the convoy waits here while you and Rickenbacker go ahead to check out Sentinel, the next town along the freeway. We're here. "15 miles from Smyr, the freeway approaches the entrance to a pass through the Painted Rock Mountains. Add together your perception skill score and your current endurance point score. That's 5 and 28, so total 33. I'll pick a number from the random number table, but anyway, we're way over the final total of 18. As you enter the pass and approach a section where rocky outcrop overhangs the westbound lanes of the freeway, you notice a glint of sunlight reflecting off something perched on the peak of the outcrop. It occurs to you that it could just be a trick of the light, but it could just as easily be a clan sniper lying in ambush. Two options, stop here, or continue through the pass without slowing down. Since the convoy doesn't look at us, let's be careful. Stop the vehicle and tell Rickenbacker what you have seen up ahead. Together, you stare at the outcrop for more than a minute, but notice nothing unusual. If you possess binoculars, a telescope, or a combat viewer, okay, let's grab the binoculars then. Since the combat viewer is better. You focus on the top of the outcrop, and at first you see nothing untoward. Then about a minute later, a puff of smoke issues from the rock, as if a bullet has smacked into its surface. Patiently you watch the outcrop, half expecting something else to happen. You do not have to wait very long. Within a few minutes there is a rumbling noise, like the sound of distant thunder, and several giant cracks appear in the outcrop. Suddenly a whole section gives way, and hundreds of tons of rock come tumbling down from the mountainside. You watch open-mouthed as the landslide spills out across the freeway, blocking the lanes in both directions. Rickenbacker tugs at your sleeve and suggests that you turn around and drive back to the colony as fast as you can. Numbly you nod your head and reach out to restart the engine. As you speed away from the pass, Rickenbacker glances over his shoulder at the settling mound of rock. "That's one's mess that's gonna take a while to clear up," he says, trying to make light of your close escape. "Yeah," you mumble in reply, thinking about the unenviable task that lies ahead. Minutes later, as you approach a town where the convoy is waiting, you begin to dread breaking the bad news to the colonists. Unfortunately, there is far worse news awaiting you and Rickenbacker on your return to Smyr. And, okay, Smyr here, yep. You return to the convoy to find many of the colonists in a state of shock. Several groups of women and children are huddled together for comfort, many of them sobbing. A few people are shouting incoherently, while others stare vacantly at the ground or point seemingly at random at the surrounding ruins. Everywhere you look, there is an air of chaos and confusion. By far the largest group of colonists is gathered around Mike Gorgas' truck. Stop nearby, and as you hurry over to find out what exactly is wrong, you see Cotter emerge from the group. "What's wrong?" you ask. "It's Gorgas," he replies. "He's dead." The news sends a cold shiver down your spine. "But how?" Continue, your voice wavering. "Murder, by the looks of it. Knife through the heart. Rex Tyler found him in his cab about 5 minutes ago." Look over Cotter's shoulder and see two Tucson men holding Rex Tyler firmly by the arms. Fear is stark in Rex's eyes as another Tucson colonist launches a stream of questions at him and jabs him repeatedly in the chest with his index finger. "Why are they holding Rex?" you ask, growing concern for your friend's safety. "They reckons Deckler," lies Cotter. "But Rex wouldn't hurt a fly," interjects Rickenbacker. "I can't believe it's him." "Neither can I," says Cotter. "But was knife they found in Gorgas' chest?" "What's gonna happen to him now?" you say. "I guess they have to give him a fair trial. It's the least we can do. Only it's gonna have to wait. Macy and Langdon have spotted some outlaw scouts on their way here. They're heading large packages by their numbers, and they're only about 3 hours away, so they reckon. I hope you didn't find no trouble in Sentinel, cause we better move out now if we're gonna stay ahead of those clansmen." Two options. We can break the bad news to Cotter and tell him about the rockfall and Painted Mountain Pass, or investigate Mike Gorgas' death. Seems more natural to simply tell the bad news first. If Cotter is disappointed to hear that the freeway ahead is blocked by a landslide, he certainly does not allow it to show. "Well, we're just gonna have to break out brooms and shovels," says, with typical Texan bravado, and goes off to break the news to the others. The colonists listen to Cotter, and you watch their faces grow sterner and longer. They are worried that the bad news, coming so quickly after the shock of Mike Gorgas' death, will cause the colony to disintegrate. But to your surprise, it has completely the opposite effect. It refocuses attention on the immediate problems and inspires them to pull together. Within minutes, the colonists are back aboard their vehicles and the convoy is ready to move out. You and Rickenbacker resume your position at the head of the line, and you lead them out of Smyr. When you reach the pass, you bring the convoy to a halt and go forward with several of the colony's elders to assess the damage. The westbound lanes are blocked by a solid wall of rock that is more than 20 feet high in places, but the eastbound highway has escaped the worst of the landslide and Cotter estimates that it could be made passable with a couple of hours hard work. He tells the others and immediately it is set to clearing a way through. Two options. You can help the colonists clear away through the landslide, or help Macy and Langdon keep a lookout for clan scouts. I think due to our fighter kind of position, we're better help look out and fight if the need arises. Macy and Langdon have taken up positions on either side of the freeway to watch for approaching clansmen. Macy welcomes your company, although you cannot help but feel that he thinks you are shirking your duty and should really be helping the others to clear a path through the pass. Together, you watch the surrounding landscape while the hard work progresses. During your vigil, you must take a drink or lose 3 endurance points. Oh, take a drink. Yeah, right. Drink, and medikit. Don't have much water left. It takes a little over an hour to clear a path through the landslide. After inspection, Cotter pronounces that the pass is once again passable, and he urges everyone to hurry back to their vehicles and get ready to press on without delay. You lead the procession of vehicles successfully across the cleared ground and through the pass beyond. Then as you emerge on the far side of the pass, you see Cotter signaling to you to stop. The convoy halts for a few minutes to allow him to go back and plant some grenades beneath one of the remaining outcrops. He sets the timers, allowing himself enough time to return to the convoy. Patiently, you wait for the grenades to detonate. When they explode, they bring down a mass of rock that seals off the pass behind the convoy. That shall delay the outlaws for a while, he says, and almost cheerfully returns to take his place behind the wheel of DC-1 school bus. It is mid-afternoon by the time you lead the convoy into the ruins of Sentinel. The town is deserted and you are about to drive through without stopping when you see something in your rear view mirror that makes you slam on the brakes. Fire is billowing out of the Land Cruiser's luggage store, which is situated directly beneath the floor of the passenger compartment and adjacent to the fuel tanks. The driver and the passengers seem unaware of the danger they are in, until you bring the convoy to a halt and run back to warn them. Fire! You shout, as you race along the line of vehicles towards the stricken bus. Suddenly the colonists aboard the Land Cruiser realize what is wrong, and frantically to leap out of the burning vehicle, through windows and doors to avoid the rising flames. If you possess a fire extinguisher, we don't. Something that we didn't take voluntarily in book 2, if I recall, and it's the second time that we should add the famous fire extinguisher. Last time was in the burning courthouse, I think, with Kate, and the strange tornado-like storm kind of thingies that went haywire and caused an electric fire. In response to your cry, Cutter leaps down from the school bus and throws you a folded blanket as you run towards the blazing Land Cruiser. Desperately, you shake it open and use it to beat at the flames, which are by now pouring out of a hole in the luggage compartment door. Despite your brave efforts, the flames grow steadily fiercer, and you suffer first-degree burns to your hands and forearms. Soon you can tolerate the stinging pain no more, and you are forced to retreat. Lose 4 endurance points. Uncle Jonas appears on the scene armed with a fire extinguisher, which he trains on the side of the blazing bus. A thick stream of foam gushes into the hole and arrests the flames, just long enough to allow Cotter and a handful of the Tucson colonists to arm themselves with other firefighting equipment and put out the fire. Although you were injured, your bravery and swift response prevented the fire from igniting the vehicle's fuel tanks. However, there was nothing that could be done to save the contents of the compartment, which included all the colony's food, and the bulk of its water supply. Once the fire is being extinguished completely, you join the others in examining the charred remains for signs of what could have started the blaze. The stench of burned food hangs heavily in the air, but it does not completely mask another smell, the oily aroma of gasoline. Nobody dares to say anything, but you know that you are not alone in suspecting that this was no accidental fire. Fortunately, the blaze was extinguished before it had caused major structural damage to the Land Cruiser. The vehicle is still serviceable, although repairs will be needed before it can continue. As chief mechanic, Cotter examines the vehicle and estimates that the repairs will take at least 4 hours to complete. With sunset little more than 3 hours away, it is decided that the colony will camp here in Sentinel overnight, and then continue west at first light. For protection, the convoy vehicles are drawn up nose to tail in a wide circle that skirts around the town's main plaza. Those not involved with the repair of the Land Cruiser are dispatched in groups to hunt for food, but very little is found among the dust-blown ruins of this derelict town. At dusk, after a sparse meal, the colony's senior members decide that it will be an opportune time to consider the fate of Rex Tyler. A large table and 7 chairs are salvaged from a nearby furniture store and set up in the middle of the plaza where the trial is to be conducted. A discussion is held to determine the 7 colonists who will be best suited, by virtue of their fairness and objectivity, to hear Rex Tyler's case and judge whether he is guilty or innocent of the murder of Mike Gorgas. At length, the names of the 7 judges are determined by popular vote, and the list is read aloud. The gathered colony. Popuel, Cotter Jacks, and Uncle Jonas are chosen from DC-1. Bob Grant from Big Spring, and Alice Yardam and Patrick Olde from Tucson. None of these choices come as a surprise, for they are the 6 most senior and valued members of the colony. But the 7th choice does evoke some murmurs from the gathered colonists. The 7th judge is you. Watched by the surrounding circle of colonists, you approach the table and take a seat among your 6 fellow judges. We're totally back in the far west, isn't it? A hush descends on the plaza as Popuel calls for Rex Tyler to be brought forward to answer to the charge of murder. Flanked by 2 burly Texan men, Rex enters the square, his head bowed and his hands tied before him. They escort him to a place in front of the table, where they untie his hands. Both men are armed with pistols. They make it perfectly clear to Rex that they are prepared to use them if he is foolish enough to try to escape. Rex is questioned at length by all the judges, including yourself, and earnestly pleads his innocence. He says that his knife, the weapon used to kill Mike Gorgas, went missing the previous evening. Your fellow judges phrase their questions cleverly in the hope of tripping Rex and finding a hole in his story. But steadfastly he holds to the statement that his knife went missing and that it happened upon Gorgas' body by chance. When your turn to questioning comes around for the final time, you decide to try a different tack. You ask him if he saw anyone in the immediate vicinity of the truck prior to discovering Mike Gorgas' body. After much thought, he says that he remembers seeing 2 men, both Tucson colonists. He does not know them by name, but when asked to pick them out, he scans the surrounding faces and points to John Barlow and Paul Havenall. After you consult with your fellow judges, they agree to let you question these two men. We are both made to approach a table. You ask each of them in turn if he killed Mike Gorgas. Both strenuously deny having had anything to do with Gorgas' murder. Avenel is so outraged by the proceedings that he accuses you of murdering Gorgas and charges you with attempting to frame him. It is not until Cotter points out that you and Rickenbacker were scouting the pass at the time of Gorgas' murder that he ceases his ranting and quietly fumes. Your second request takes both men by surprise. You ask them to step forward and empty the contents of their pockets and packs onto the judge's table. After a moment's hesitation, two men comply. Avenel's pockets contain the following items: knife, cigarette lighter, a tin containing 3 cigarettes, a pistol, 12 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a screwdriver, solar torch, a map of Arizona, and a bottle of painkillers. Bartle's pockets comprise the following items: a toolkit, radio transmitter, pistol, 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a detonator cap, paper pack containing 6 cigarettes, wire cutters, signal flare, and a reel of cloth tape. After you have examined the items, the two men are allowed to retrieve them, while you and the other judges pose to consider your verdict. After a short deliberation, your fellow judges pronounce their judgments. 2 find Paul Avenel guilty of the murder. 2 find John Barlow guilty. And 2 find Rex Tyler guilty as charged. As only a majority of 1 vote is required, the deciding vote rests with you. That's so crazy. I think we need to link together all the incidents that happened. Our brake line being cut, the fire in the Land Cruiser, and the murder of Mike Gorgas. The best tool to cut the brake line will be wire cutters. Gasoline to light the fire. But Barlow doesn't have anything to light a fire, while Avenel have a solar torch and a cigarette lighter. Maybe both of them are guilty actually. Hard to tell which one of them. Yeah, the wire cutters for the brake line. I'm not sure about the way to light a fire. Doesn't have any knife. Let's say, yeah. Let's say Avenel would want to kill Mike Gorgas. Could have used his own knife and kill the guy, not leave the knife there. I feel kind of like the game painted Avenel like a really bad guy, but he's just a bully. And Barlow is coming out of nowhere. And since the brake line was cut clean, the only thing that could do that is wire cutters. So let's go with Barlow, I think. After you have examined the items, the two men are allowed to retrieve them, while you and the other judges pause to consider your verdict. After a short deliberation, your fellow judges pronounce their judgments. Yeah, we read them before. So, Barlow. Quietly, you inform your fellow judges of your decision, and after a brief consultation, Cotter Jacks announces the verdict. By the majority decision of the tribunal, we find John Barlow guilty of the murder of Michael Gorgas in the first degree. This crime is a capital offense punishable by death by firing squad. The sentence to be carried out immediately. Go take the style. Upon hearing the verdict, the surrounding colonists utter a sound that is full of shocked disbelief. Barlow's face contorts into a mask of hatred, and he reaches, like a striking cobra, for the pistol he has tucked into his belt. However, the Tucson escorts are already moving forward to grab his arms, and swiftly they wrestle the gun from his hand. A lone voice in the crowd demands a retrial, but it is ignored. Another voice rings out, but this time it captures everyone's attention. It is Macy, the convoy's lookout, and he's screaming words that make your blood run cold. The outlaws are attacking! Without warning, 2 grenades explode simultaneously in the town square, and the chatter of machine gun fire echoes along the empty side streets. Screams of panic mingle with the dull booms of more explosions as the colonists rush to the vehicle to try to retrieve their weapons before it is too late. A burst of gunfire from a rooftop stitches a line of holes across the table and sends you and the other judges diving for cover. Suddenly everything is chaos. It's every man for himself. You grab your gun and scurry towards a garbage cart that lies overturned on the plaza. As you skid to a halt behind the cart, you find yourself face to face with Barlow, the man you have just sentenced to death. The confrontation is shocking, but it is the sight of the screwdriver that he is holding poised in his hand that really strikes terror in your heart. With a cry of pure hatred, he lunges with the screwdriver and tries to drive it into your chest. Barlow, close combat skills 16. So that's another +5 combat ratio fight. And he has 21 endurance points. I guess he's the bad guy. Owing to the surprise of his attack, you are unable to make use of a close combat weapon until the start of the second round of the fight. Oh, that means that we deal no damage in the first round. Oh, 2. We were really surprised there. +5. So 1 damage against 6, which means we get 1 damage and he gets 0. A 1. 3 against 3. 1 again. Damn. Four. 2 damage against 5. Oh, 0. Alright. No damage against 12. Oh, he's dead. Finally. It was quite a hard fight. With bad rolls, actually. As the traitor exhales his last breath and falls dead on the ground by your side, Rickenbacker and Cotter come running across the plaza and take cover with you behind the garbage cart. Quickly you tell them how Barlow attacked you and how you are now absolutely convinced that he was guilty. You're right, says Cotter, glancing down at Barlow's body. Must be a clan infiltrator. I'd easily guess that his attack is an effort by the outlaws to get him out of here. Well, they've got here too late, you reply. His sentence has already been served in full. From behind the middle lip of the garbage cart, you survey the battle that is raging around the plaza. Most of the colonists have now armed themselves and taken cover, and they are putting up a worthy defense of the vehicles. Few clansmen you do see are either dead or attempting to escape from the town. All that is apart from one. He is a blonde-haired thug, dressed in a studded leather vest and striped pants, with Buzzy hammering at the glass door panels of the DC-1 school bus with the stock of his machine pistol. Sight of him senselessly attacking the door of the empty bus does not bother you unduly, until you remember that there is one person still on board the bus, Kate, and your heart nearly stops with shock. You wish to open fire at the clansman before he gains entry into the bus. That's a good plan, I think. Clansman reaches through one of the shattered door panels and fumbles for the lever that will release the lock. As you bring your gun to bear, the door begins to concertina open. Can use a pistol, machine pistol, or rifle. I think here a rifle would be best. The moment your rifle is in position, you look along the barrel to see that the blonde-haired thug is already halfway up the short flight of steps that ascends into the bus. Immediately you pull the trigger, hoping to catch him before he disappears from sight. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your shooting score. 4 plus 5, 9. Your score is 10 or less. Ew. To your dismay, your snapshot misses its intended target and punches a hole in the side of the bus, just a few inches to the left of the door. Undaunted, the clansman enters and quickly disappears from sight. Then you hear Kate scream as she catches sight of him. Her scream is quickly echoed by another, one that you recognize immediately as own Betty Ann. You respond to their cries by leaping out from behind the garbage cart and running headlong towards the open door, oblivious to the bullets that are whistling past on all sides. As you reach the entrance, you almost threw yourself aboard the bus in your haste to prevent the clansmen from harming the two women. As you regain your feet, you see your aunt grappling with the tug in the center aisle, her hands locked around the muzzle of his gun in a desperate attempt to prevent him from firing it. The gun goes off, stitching a circle of holes in the roof, and your aunt is knocked backwards as the barrel is torn from her grasp. Before he can bring his gun to bear, you dive forward and drag the clansman crashing to the floor of the bus. Fat Cat, close combat skill 16. It's another +5 fight. And he has 24 endurance. Owing to the surprise of your attack, ignore any endurance point losses you may sustain in the first combat round. Good, let's roll bad to start this. Yeah, 2. Well, not that bad. 1 against 6 damage, so no damage. Again, round of 5. 1, 6 again. 8. 3 against 4. 4. 2 against 5. Probably the last round. 7. No damage. And he's dead. We lost 6 endurance points back to 9. Really need to heal ourselves. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Now let's go back to 24. Breathless from the exertion of combat, you step over the clansman's body and move to the rear of the bus to check that Kate and your aunt are alright. Both look badly shaken but appear to be otherwise unarmed. You have only just helped them to their feet when Rickenbacker appears at the doorway. Come on, Carl, we've gotta get back to the roadster. Macy reports more outlaws at the edge of town. We've got to lead the convoy out of here. Kate and Aunt Betty Ann insist that they are alright, and urge you to do as your partner says. The colonists are beginning to return to their vehicles, and as you follow Rickenbacker across the plaza towards your roadster, it worries you to note that several of them are nursing wounds. When you are back behind the wheel once more, you signal to Cutter and the others follow your lead. Then you power your car out of Sentinel and head west along Interstate 8. Despite the threat of pursuit by the outlaws, the convoy covers just 14 miles before it grinds to a halt at the outskirts of a town called Aztec. We're here? Damn, we're not even... well, we're... yeah, a bit over halfway to Yuma from Arizona City. 2 of the 17 colony vehicles have broken down due to shrapnel damage sustained during the clan attack, and a further 3 are on the verge of doing likewise. With night closing in and the road ahead yet to be scouted, the colony can do little more than draw itself up in a tight, protective circle and wait for dawn to arrive. You must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. At first light, you, Rickenbacker, Macy, and Langdon are sent to scout the freeway and search for food and water. Meanwhile, Cutter oversees the repair of the vehicles. He's aided by Havenel and Rex Tyler, who have both been completely exonerated of Mike Gorgas's murder. Cutter examines that the repairs will take 4 hours, giving you enough time to check and search Aztec, Dateland, and Mohawk. the next 3 towns along Interstate 8. Ashtik has been so badly ravaged by the post-Holocaust storms that you decide not to bother searching its ruins, and instead you press on to Dateland. This town has fared little better, although you do chance across a shopping precinct on the east side of the town that looks promising. You decide between you that one team should stay here and search these stores, while the other one continues along the freeway and scouts Mohawk, 14 miles to the west. So we can go to Dateland. Such a cute name. Or Mohawk. Drive to Mohawk. You wave farewell to Macy and Langdon as you accelerate away from Dateland and follow the weathered asphalt of Interstate 8 west towards the town of Mohawk. 9 miles have been clocked on your odometer when a bridge appears in the distance, and you slow down in order to check it on your map. Walk here. That bridge must cross over the San Cristobal Wash. Perhaps we'll get lucky and find there's some water still flowing beneath it, eh? Say optimistically. I wouldn't get your hopes up too high, Carl, replies Rickenbacker, squinting against the glare of the sun. A dried up salt bed is all we're likely to find. As the bridge gradually looms larger, you see something that neither of you expected. A small makeshift tent, consisting of little more than 2 ground sheets roped together, has been pitched against the side of the bridge to make a shelter from the sun, and a lean, burdened man is moving about nearby. You can either stop and observe the man, or slow down and approach the bridge with caution. Always better to observe from afar. You bring your vehicle to a halt at the side of the freeway and watch the man. He is moving slowly, his head bent, and he appears to be stabbing randomly at the ground with a spear-like stick. So preoccupied is he with whatever it is that he is doing, that he has not noticed you approaching the bridge. He looks harmless. I think we should check him out, says Rickenbacker, reaching behind your driving seat for his machine pistol. He cocks the bolt and then adds, but I think we should take out some insurance. If you possess binoculars, telescope, or a combat viewer, you do. You bring your magnifying device to bear on the bridge and focus on the thin man. The stick he's holding has a forked cleft at one end, and he appears to be attempting to catch snakes, probably for food. You hand your glasses to Rickenbacker to let him observe the man's strange behavior. What do you think? You ask. Rickenbacker shrugs. I can see no gun and he looks harmless enough. I say we're gonna check him out. Your eyes fix on the man's movements. You are a little more than 30 yards away when suddenly he sees you coming and dives to the ground. He reappears seconds later brandishing a rusty shotgun, which he fires once in the air. You can tell by its dull report that there is something wrong with his ammunition. Immediately, you stop the roadster and reach instinctively for your gun. Don't you come anywhere, you damn punks! He screams as he dodges from the cover of one bridge support to the next. I'm warning you. I've got an anti-tank rocket and I've mined the road. You come any nearer and you'll be blown to Kingdom Come. Now turn around and get out of here before I get angry. There is a long pause. And then Rickenbacker says, he's bluffing, he's scared and he's playing for time. 2 options, we can talk to this loner guy, or leave the roadster and approach him with stealth. At which we suck. So let's simply talk for now. Hey buddy, put the gun down, we're not Klansmen, you shout. Sure you're not, he replies, his voice full of sarcasm. But I'm a careful kind of guy who's grown fond of the idea of keeping his head on his shoulders. So why don't you and your friends step out of the car real easy and show yourselves? Sure, I guess, why not? Slowly, the two of you ease yourselves out of the roadster and stand with your hands out by your sides, although neither of you feels it twice to let go of your guns. Your nerves are taut, and you are ready to dive to the ground at the first sign of trouble. "Where are you from?" shouts the man. "Texas," replies Rickenbacker. "We're on our way to California." "Guess that makes three of us," he says, and slowly he lowers his shotgun as he walks toward you. "My name's Brent Jaeger," he says, and tentatively offers his hand in friendship. Rickenbacker hesitates and then shakes it, and at once the man seems to relax, as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. "For a minute there I thought you were two clansmen," he says. "You can't be too careful in these parts." "Where are you from?" you ask. "I've made my way up from Panama, mostly on foot. I've got the blisters to prove it, too. I was working on the canal when Havoc pulled the plug. I was lucky. I found a safe zone in the jungle and waited there for spring to come around again. It's sure been a long time coming. Since things settled, I've been making my way north. I'm looking to get back home to San Francisco." "You're lucky you've got this far on your own," say. "There were three of us when we started out, but the heat and the clans did for my friends, and now I'm the only one left. I'm gonna make it, if only for their sakes." Avoid the sun, you and Rickenbacker accept Jaeger's offer to share the shade of his makeshift tent, while he continues his story. "I heard about the scene in California from some survivalist I stayed with for a while down in Alamos. Sounds like they've gone and turned the state into one big fortress. The army is in charge and they've got things locked down tight. They've kicked all the troublemakers out into the desert and slammed the door. The South, I heard they've drawn up a new state line, from Pine Valley to Banning. All the old roads in and out are guarded, and I hear they've got real picky about who they let in." He reaches over to a tattered denim jacket lying on the ground, and takes an equally tattered map from an inside pocket. "I plan on going in here," he says, pointing to a part of the map that is so worn that it has become almost illegible. "It's a place in the mountains north of Lake Insha. I figure that the army can have enough men to patrol that area too well. If you do take my advice, you'd think about doing the same." Uh-huh. Doesn't seem to be really on the map. Tell Jaeger how you survived the post-Holocaust years. You also tell him that you are acting as scouts for a convoy that is equally determined to reach California. Only they are now so short of food and water that unless fresh supplies are found soon, few of them are likely to survive the 400 miles that separate you from the Pacific. "Man, you guys have got problems," he says, shaking his head slowly from side to side. "And you're heading slap bang into even more. Ain't you heard? Yuma is a clan base, and believe me, the guys that are holding that city are heavy-duty bad news. If you're thinking of crossing the Colorado River there, forget it. You'll never make it. They'll blew you off the road." Concerned by what Jaeger has said, and anxious that he tell everything he knows about the clan base at Yuma, you ask him to return to the convoy with you. After some thought, he decides that at least there is safety in numbers, and agrees to join the colony. When you get back to Dateland, Macy and Langdon are shocked to see three people squeezed into your roadster. But you soon explain Jaeger's background, and they offer to transport him in their Transol, which at least has the luxury of rear passenger seats. During your absence, they have managed to forage some food, which you divide between you before you return to the convoy at Ashtik. On your return to Ashtik, you find that Cotter's crew of mechanics have repaired the damaged vehicles and that the convoy is ready to leave. The appearance of a new face causes a stir, especially when the news breaks that Yuma is the clan base. Jaeger is questioned at length and reveals one piece of information that is of special interest to Will. He knows the exact radio frequency used by the Californians at their Pine Valley outpost. Pup tries to make contact with them, but the signal is too weak to make any sense of their reply. As you are handing over the food that was found during your scouting mission, Cotter voices the colony's fears about what has become your most pressing problem: water. In the fierce daytime heat, there are many, especially the children and the wounded. We have already begun to suffer severe dehydration. During your absence, a small group led by Havanol was sent to the Gila River to try to fill the spare water containers. However, they found what little there remained of the river water was so polluted that not even a tenfold dosage of purification tablets could neutralize all the toxins. One Tucson colonist, crazy with thirst, drank some and died an agonized death. Cotter and the other convoy leaders are gravely worried. Morale within the colony is at an all-time low, and unless a new water supply is found quickly, discipline is likely to collapse with disastrous consequences. It comes, therefore, as a welcome surprise when Jaeger provides, quite offendedly, a solution to the problem. Jaeger is talking to Rickenbacker when he mentions that only the previous day he found a freshwater well in the mountains, approximately 15 miles southeast of the town of Mohawk. He offers to lead the convoy scouts to it and assures everyone that the source is pure and uncontaminated. And the best part is that the clansmen don't know about it either, he says enthusiastically. The promise of fresh clean water lifts the convoy's flagging spirits and renews their hopes of completing the long exodus to California. You set off at once and soon cover the 20 miles of open road that lead to the derelict town of Mohawk. Once there, you and Jaeger are chosen to go and find a well. A dozen empty 5-gallon containers are loaded onto the back of a pickup, enough for 60 gallons of water, the minimum the convoy will need in order to reach California alive. The thought of driving a pickup truck into the mountains without roads or four-wheel drive fills you with dread, but you know that it is the only way you have of transporting such a weighty load. Once preparations are complete, you climb aboard and head out into the desert towards the Mohawk Mountains. Pick a number on the random number table. 3, if the number is 3 to 9. The route Jaeger took yesterday when he hiked from the well in the mountains to Interstate 8 followed the dry water course of the San Cristobal Wash. For him it was a difficult trail to follow on foot, and you soon discover that it is even harder to negotiate in a pickup truck. The broken ground is deeply rutted and littered with boulders, and progress is painfully slow. Rather than continue in this direction, you decide to try a more indirect route that takes you west away from the wash, across an expanse of desert. By chance you happen upon the remains of a dirt road that winds southwards into the mountains. You stay with this track, and although its surface is far from perfect, you make good time. At length you reach a ridge that overlooks the well. The site itself is located at the bottom of a bowl-shaped gully, shaded from the sun by two of the Mohawk's highest peaks. A pump house stands beside the borehole, which is affixed a sign that reads, Duke Air Force Ranch, Garcia Well, U.S. government property, keep out. Carefully you descend, following the dirt road as it zigzags towards the site. You're within a few hundred yards of your destination when you are faced by an unexpected hazard. You take a sharp right bend to find that a section of the road beyond has collapsed. You brake, but the wheels skid on the loose stones and the rear of the truck starts to slide out towards the edge. Frantically, you fight to correct the skid as the truck slides nearer and nearer to the edge of the steep ravine. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your driving skill score. So that's 3 plus 7, 10. Add to this total your current endurance point score, 24. That's 34. If your total score is 28 or more. Expertly, you bring the truck back under control and manage to avoid the damaged section of the road. Jaeger is impressed with the way you handle the situation and tells you so as you bring the truck safely to a halt beside the pump house. Then the two of you leave the cab and begin unloading the containers. I had to draw the water up by hand yesterday, says Jaeger, nodding towards the borehole, because I couldn't get a pump to work. I reckon it's okay, just need some gasoline, that's all. Maybe if we could siphon some fuel from the truck, we could get its engine running. It'd save us a whole lot of hard work. You possess some plastic tube. Nope. We lost it. A clansman wanted the fucking plastic tube. Last book. I think that's where we lost it. With the deal, it's either the deal with the clansman or when we lost, no, the item we lost was the telescope, the last item of the backpack. So I'm sure it's the deal with the clansman. He wanted the plastic tube and a meal, I think. Damn, I was sure that we will need that damn plastic tube at some point. Okay, so no plastic tube. Search the pickup and the pump house for some tubing with which to siphon some fuel, but your search proves fruitless. Resignedly, you set to work drawing water the hard way, pumping it up from the well by means of a small hand crank. The crank was originally designed for obtaining small samples for scientific analysis, and it takes you nearly 2 hours of exhausting labor to extract the 60 gallons you require, and then load the heavy containers onto the truck. Despite several rests and drinks of water, you lose 4 endurance points owing to fatigue. If you wish, you may take this opportunity to refill your water canteen. Yes, we do. Slowly, you make the return journey across the mountains and reach Mohawk and the expectant colony late in the afternoon. The two of you are welcomed back like conquering heroes, and Jaeger, his tank especially. His help in replenishing the colony's water supply has undoubtedly saved many lives. A queue forms to draw water from the pickup, and as you are first in line, you draw Kate's ration and deliver it to her in person. She's still recovering aboard the bus, but you are relieved to see that she looks much healthier than when you saw her last during the clan attack at Sentinel. Stay with her and talk about your hopes for the journey ahead, assuring her that soon you will be safely in California and free at last from the perils of the road. During the time you spend with Kate, you must eat a meal. Oh, you have no more food. Or lose 3 endurance. I think we shall use the 2 med kit. As much as the last book was way easy in terms of general items, supplies, medkits, water, anything, dust of points, no fight. This one is more up par with what we know of the Lone Wolf series, I think. Sometime later, Cutter enters the bus to tell you that the convoy will be moving out in 10 minutes. The colony leaders feel that Mohawk is too vulnerable to a clan night attack and they want to reach Welton, a town 26 miles to the west, and set up camp there. You're not too happy about their decision, but you choose not to argue, and after saying a fond farewell to Kate, you join Rickenbacker, who is waiting for you in the roadster. Welton here. You resume your position at the head of the convoy, scouting 2 miles ahead of the column as it trundles west along Interstate 8. The sun is low on the horizon and the temperature is cooling to a comfortable 70 degrees as you approach a small town of Tacna. Tacna here. You slow down and check for evidence of clan activity, but like all the towns you have passed through since Gillaban, this one is derelict and deserted. You continue, and a short while later you see the outline of Welton in the distance, its buildings dark against the orange glow of the setting sun. The town looks empty and you approach without slowing. Fatigue coupled with the ease with which you have passed through the previous towns has filled you with a false sense of security. Unfortunately, your carelessness is punished when within seconds of entering the town's main street, your roadster comes under fire from someone positioned on the roof of a large building to your right. Bullets ricochet off the hood and strike sparks in a line along the armored plating that protects your door. Then there is a sharp bang, and the steering suddenly feels heavy, warning you at once that one of your front tires has been shot out. Add together your driving skill score of 7 and your current endurance points, 23 or 30. If it is 25 to 30, damn, we don't have enough to get the 31. Okay. With one tire shot out, you soon find yourself fighting with the steering wheel to keep the roadster progressing in a straight line. You have only just regained control when another burst of gunfire punches a line of frosted holes across your windshield, and a sharp burning pain lances through your left arm. You lose 4 endurance points. The sudden pain of your wound makes you slacken your grip on the wheel, and at once the vehicle slews wildly across the main street. Amid a screech of tires and buckled metal, you glance off an auto wreck and come to an abrupt halt. Bullets whistle all around as you and Rickenbacker tumble out of your seats and seek cover behind the roadster's armor-plated side. "Can you see anything?" you shout. "Yeah," replies Rickenbacker, a sweat caused by fear pouring down his face. "Across the street, cinema roof, 2 bandits, maybe 3, they've got assault rifles." "Hell," you growl, cursing the lapse of concentration that has landed you in this predicament. "Been down with a flat L." "If you possess a CB radio." "We do." You tug the transceiver from your backpack only to discover that its power pack has been smashed by a ricochet. Oh! Seriously, okay. So, do you have a CB radio? Yes, well, delete it now. The unit having stopped a rifle bullet has probably saved your life. Yeah. Sure. But without a serviceable radio, you are now unable to warn the convoy about the ambush. Rickenbacker glances at the broken transceiver and shakes his head. "They'll be here in less than 5 minutes, he says, cocking his machine pistol. "Let's see what can do to make their welcome a little more friendly, shall we?" With that, he rises from his knees and empties an entire magazine at the clansman's position. While he is firing, you chance a glance over the wing of the roadster and see an alley lying directly opposite. It runs beside the cinema, on which the clansmen are positioned. A black perspex awning covers most of its length, hiding it from view of the surrounding rooftops. When you look back, Rickenbacker is busy reloading, tap his arm and point to the alley saying, "I'm going to try and get around the back, cover me." He grunts approvingly. The moment he reopens fire, you break cover and sprint towards the alley as fast as your legs and your lungs will allow. You're 10 yards from its welcoming darkness, when bullets start to thud into the ground around your feet. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your stealth score. 4 plus 9, 13, minus... we have way less item. Minus 1. So that's 12, minus 2, 10. If your total score is 10 or more. Just add to empty out for our backpack to get back our stealth, I guess. Force yourself to ignore the deadly hail of lead churning the ground around your feet and concentrate all your efforts on reaching the safety of the alleyway. Seconds pass like hours until finally you enter the narrow tunnel-like passage. At the far end, you discover a battered pickup truck, daubed with clan emblems and slogans, parked beside a fire escape ladder that is lowered all the way to the ground. Options: you can stop and search a vehicle, or climb the fire escape ladder. Don't really have time though. I guess we can look quickly since we're low on item. There's not enough time for you to search a clan truck thoroughly, but you do discover lying on the dashboard a pistol containing 14 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a can of beans, enough for one meal, and a HE grenade. Once more, the sound of gunfire can be heard coming from the roof of the cinema. Concerned for Rickenbacker's safety, you leave the truck and start your climb up the fire escape ladder. The gunfire grows louder as you climb cautiously towards the parapet. Once you're in position, you peep over the edge to see 3 clansmen on the far side, 2 are firing at the street below, and the third is sitting on the ground with his back to the parapet. They all appear to be oblivious of your presence. You possess a HE grenade, or a tear gas grenade, or a missile weapon. I mean, the HE grenade would be quite... You bring the grenade close to your face in order to set its timer. Carefully, you turn its dial to the minimum time setting, 4 seconds. Then you ease out the pin and hurl it across the roof. A searing yellow flash is followed by a dull percussive boom, which makes your ears pop. As the smoke clears, you see that one of the shooters lies dead, and the other is leaning against the parapet, clutching at his wounded tight with his free hand. The seated clansman appears to have survived without injury. You draw a close combat weapon and move stealthily towards the group before the shock wears off. The seated clansman sees you approaching, but curiously he does nothing to alert his wounded companion. You act quickly. The clansman may have a badly wounded leg, but his finger is uninjured and it is curled around the trigger of his assault rifle. You rush him and kick the gun out of his hands, sending it sailing over the parapet. Before it hits the ground, you press home your advantage and attack. Guess it gave an easier fight, pushing that grenade. Cape Cod wounded, close combat skill 13. It's a +8 combat ratio. and 13 endurance points. Owing to the surprise of your attack and the weakened state of your adversary, ignore any endurance point losses that you sustain during the first 2 rounds of combat. Yeah, quite an easy fight. Should be. 6. That's 1 damage versus 6, but no damage on the first round. A 5. 1 damage against 7, but no damage again, and he's dead. Owing to the surprise, win the fight. The remaining clansman whom you first saw seated next to the parapet cowers on the ground like a frightened child. His hands are tied behind his back, and as you bend to grab hold of his arms and pull him to his feet, he pleads for his life. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me," he cries. "I'll help you, if you'll just let me live." Shout an all clear to Rickenbacker in the street below. As you turn your face away, you see the headlights of the convoy vehicles as they enter the town. Without untying his hands, you escort the clansman down slowly from the roof and retrace your steps along the alley to the main street. The first of the convoy vehicles draws up as you and your captive arrive back at the roadster. Rickenbacker notices the cords binding the clansman's hands and comments on your thoroughness. "Neat job you did there, Call." "Not really, he was already trussed up like that when I found him," you reply. Then Cotter and a handful of colonists disembark and come over to take a look at your prisoner. Readily he answers their questions and seems genuinely eager to appease them. You discover that his name is Cookie. He says that he was trying to escape from Yuma and that the other 2 men who ambushed you from the roof of the cinema were scouts from a clan called the Pumas, who control that city. Cookie says he was running east in the hope of finding a colony to join. Scouts were sent to capture him and take him back to Yuma, where the Pumas' leader, whose name is Pentagon, intended to execute him. It was to serve as a warning to the other members of his clan. "If you're so keen to get away from the Pumas," says Rickenbacker, "why the hell did you join with them in the first place?" Cookie says that he was exiled from California 4 months ago, after being caught by an army patrol while he was looting food from a derelict store in downtown LA. "I joined the Pumas cause I had to. It was either that or starve to death in the desert." Says that he knows the surrounding area well, and offers to help the colony if you agree to take him with you. Nobody is very keen on the idea of having a clansman aboard, especially after the murder of Mike Gorgas and the clan attack at Sentinel. But most agree that having someone with a thorough knowledge of the area with you will raise your chances of survival considerably. Finally, it is agreed to let Cookie stay with the colony, but on condition that his hands remain tied and he is treated as a prisoner, not as a colonist. The night is spent at Welton, during which time you must take a drink or lose 3 endurance points. I think we should heal ourselves a bit to gaze. They love their endurance checks. And early next morning, after you have fixed your front tire, you and Rickenbacker set off in the roadster to scout the land around Yuma. What you discover there confirms Jaeger's story. The city is held in force. The Pumas have looted the ruins of the Yuma Marine Corps Air Station, and they possess some heavy ordnance, among which are several pieces of light artillery. Cookie says that they have the shells for these guns, and that they have all approach roads zeroed in. Take the convoy anywhere within a 3-mile radius of the city will be suicidal. However, you must get across the Colorado River if you are to reach your goal. Eager to prove his worth, Cookie offers to show you a way to avoid Yuma and cross the Colorado without getting your feet wet. Reluctantly, the colony agrees to give him a chance and allows him to be untied. Guess we could take some kind of bridge in the neighboring town of Dome. Cookie informs you that the convoy could make a successful crossing at the Imperial Reservoir, located on the Colorado River 10 miles to the northwest of Dome. Your map confirms its location, but no highways are shown and you doubt that the convoy's heavy vehicles will be able to cross there safely if at all. Cookie is insistent that it is possible, and after much deliberation, colony leaders agree to try. The convoy sets off immediately for Ligerta, a town on Interstate 8. Right there. That you checked thoroughly on your return from Yuma earlier this morning. The town is still empty, so the convoy halts there. Driving the clan pickup truck that you discovered parked behind the cinema last night, Rickenbacker, Cookie, and yourself leave Ligerta to scout the tiny town of Dome. It is empty, but 2 miles beyond it you find that the bridge across the Gila River is guarded by a Puma patrol. "I count 6 of them, and a truck," says Rickenbacker as he peers through the dirty windshield at the distant bridge. "They're from Yuma," offers Cookie. "Puma scouts, probably part of the group that came looking for me." Carefully you assess the situation. A frontal attack on the bridge could prove costly, and the long whiplash aerial that you see fixed to the Klansman pickup can only mean that they are in contact with their base at Yuma. It will not take very long for their leader, Pentagon, to send reinforcements if the scouts radioed that they were under attack. The foul black waters of the Gila River may look uninviting, but at least they are shallow and fordable, and it will be easy for you to circle around this bridge in the pickup and cross further upstream, where you could not be seen. However, no matter how shallow the water, the convoy's bosses will never make it. No, the only way the convoy is going to reach the Imperial Reservoir is by crossing here at this bridge. Rickenbacker, who has been given a transceiver by Popuel, radios the convoy to inform them of the situation. At once, they suspect that Cookie is trying to lead you into a trap. He denies this charge, and in order to prove his good intent, he offers to try to lure the Klansmen away from the bridge. Pick a number from the random number table. 5. The number is 5 to 9. The colony agrees to let Cookie attempt his plan, but they also warn you and Rickenbacker to watch him closely. Still, they do not trust him, and they are afraid that he will try to betray the convoy's presence in the area. Before they sing off, they tell you to maintain radio silence until the bridge is clear, just in case the Klansmen are monitoring the frequencies. Carefully, you listen to Cookie's plan. He suggests that you approach the bridge on foot, using the sagebrush as cover. Once you are in position as near to the bridge as you can get, Cookie and Rickenbacker will approach in the truck, with Cookie driving. They will stop before they reach the bridge, whereupon Cookie will jump out and attract the Klansmen's attention by shouting. Once they have taken a good look at him, he will run into the scrub. Hopefully this will be enough to provoke the Pumas into giving chase, leaving the bridge unguarded. The moment they leave the bridge, Rickenbacker will open fire on them from the truck. Your task is to prevent any of the Klansmen from reaching their pickup and using their radio. You are not sure that the plan will succeed. but you can think of no alternative. It's risky, says Rickenbacker, but I reckon it can work, so let's give it our best shot. A swirling nest of butterflies that have suddenly taken refuge in your stomach prevent you from answering. The best you can manage is a weak smile as you set off towards the bridge. As soon as you reach a position that offers a clear view of the bridge, you signal to the others and wait for them to approach. Cookie and Rickenbacker play out their parts to perfection, and everything goes as planned until one of the 6 clansmen breaks away from the main group and runs back across the bridge. He is heading for the truck. If you possess a missile weapon and sufficient ammunition for 1 run of fire, we do. You raise your gun and track the clansman as he runs across the bridge, but you do not get a clear view of him until he emerges from behind the bridge's supporting girders and sprints towards the pickup truck. He is more than 30 yards away when you let loose your first round of fire. Pick a number from the random number table. 9. And add it to your shooting skill. 5. That's 14 if it is 10 or more. Your gunfire wounds the clansman fatally. Sure, it's worth a rifle shot. So no more rifle rounds. With his last ounce of strength, he staggers to the pickup truck and falls across the rear tailgate. There, standing in the back, is a keg filled with blasting powder. The clansman believes you are a rival clan we are out to steal his explosive, and rather than allow it to fall into your hands, he pulls the self-igniting fuse that is attached to its cap. Less than a minute later, the fuse runs out and the powder explodes, with devastating effect. There is a shuddering boom. Then the truck erupts into a blazing fireball of orange and scarlet flame. When the dust and debris have finally settled, you see that the clansman did not survive the blast. His body lies a few yards from the blazing wreck, stiff and lifeless. To your left, you can see Rickenbacker and Cookie running towards the bridge after completing their part of the plan successfully. You call to them and they are relieved to see that it was not you who perished in the explosion. You rejoin them and together you return to the pickup. Report that the bridge across the Gila River is now clear. While you are waiting for the convoy to arrive, you busy yourselves by putting out the flames that are feeding on the wreckage of the clan truck. The oily smoke could attract unwanted attention. Shortly after the fire is being extinguished, the convoy arrives and several of the colonists help with the burial of the clansmen and the removal of the smoldering wreckage to somewhere less exposed. Everyone is aware of the need for increased vigilance after your encounter with the Puma Bridge Patrol. Sooner or later, the Yuma clan base will notice their disappearance and send more scouts to investigate. Once the cleanup is complete, Cookie is transferred to the Land Cruiser, and you take delivery of your roadster from Rex Tyler, who has driven it the short distance from Ligurta. Then with your partner Rickenbacker, you take up your familiar position at the front of the convoy and head off along the dirt road. Soon you reach the firmer surface of Highway 95 and follow it north across a flat and featureless desert that was once the Yuma proving ground. About here. A sign appears in the distance, just a dot on the horizon at first, but gradually growing larger until you can make out the directions painted on its sun-blistered surface. Laguna and Imperial Reservoirs, 7 miles. You follow the sign, taking the smaller road that branches away to the west. The name Laguna stirs memories of your childhood before the day, for it was at Laguna Beach, California, that you were born and raised. You're still thinking about your old home, wondering if it is still the same, when the reservoir and dam appear in the distance. The two features make an impressive sight, enhanced by the rugged backdrop of the Cargo Muchacho Mountains and the knowledge that the land on the other side of the reservoir is California state territory. You bring the convoy to a halt at a point overlooking the wide service road that runs across the top of the dam. Cutter goes forward to check its cracked surface, and after walking its entire length, returns to declare that it is passable. Must now take a drink, or lose 3 endurance points. The convoy maneuvers into line and gets ready to cross the dam. Rex and Pete Tyler's tow truck leads the column, followed by the Land Cruiser and the DC-1 gasoline tanker, the heaviest of all the colony's vehicles. You help Rickenbacker, Macy, and Langdon to steward the crossing, making sure that the vehicles stay in line and do not get too close to each other. With the passing of the larger vehicles, you notice that the road surface rapidly deteriorates. Cracks appear in the concrete, some more than a foot wide, exposing the rusty steel rods embedded within, which were placed there to strengthen the structure. Near the center of the dam, the concrete is powdery, and when the time comes for you to cross, large chunks of the road are simply no longer there. With difficulty, Macy and Langdon made the crossing in their transol, leaving you with the unenviable task of bringing the roadster, the last colony vehicle, across a rapidly disintegrating surface. Rickenbacker advises you to leave the vehicle and cross with him on foot, but you are loath to abandon your car. It's okay, you say, waving away his protest. I'm sure I can make it. You'd better hurry then, Call, he replies, before the whole center slips away. With your stomach churning, you climb into the driving seat and reach for the ignition. Apprehensively, you descend towards a crumbling roadway, and as you approach the center of the dam, you try to steer towards the widest section of the remaining concrete surface. Everything is going well until your front wheels jam in a widening rut, and the roadster comes to a sudden stop. You pump the gas pedal and the floor shudders as the rear wheels spin uselessly on the powdery surface. Then the car lurches to the left, as the section on which you are caught begins to break away from the rest of the dam and slip towards the edge. "Jump for it, Call!" screams Rickenbacker. Instinctively, you know that it is too late to save your roadster, but not too late to save your life. As the left side of the car tilts towards the river far below, you clamber out of your seat and make a desperate leap for the roadway. Pick a number from the random number table. That's 8. And add it to your stealth skill score. 9, 17, minus 2. Yep. So 15 minus 2, 13. And your current endurance point score, 35. If your total is 30 or more, you crash down on the broken roadway with your arms outstretched and your hands scrabbling to find something to cling to. An exposed steel rod falls beneath your grasp and you grab at it with bloodied fingers. Below, you hear a loud splash as your roadster crashes into the Colorado River. Above, there's the rumble of falling debris. Then a shower of dust and loose stones hits your head. They graze your scalp and make you cough violently, lose 2 endurance points. Bravely, you hang on to the corroded steel rod, praying all the while for Rickenbacker and the others to come to your aid. When they do arrive, they throw you the end of a rope, which lands close to your right shoulder, and urge you to take hold of it so that they can pull you to safety. With difficulty, you grasp the rope, and slowly you are hoisted away from the crumbling hedge. As eager hands lift you to your feet, you notice an expanding circle of ripples in the river below. They mark the final resting place of your roadster. A minute of silence for the car that made almost the whole journey with us from Texas to California. Fighting back the sadness that you feel at having lost your roadster, you put on a brave face and join the others on the far side of the dam. Some of the colonists are celebrating their entry to California, but their numbers are few, and in the main, the mood of the colony is one of pessimism. You may have crossed the Californian state line, but you still have a long way to go before you reach civilization. Bob Ewell tries once more to radio Pine Valley, but the contact is worse than before, and he concludes that the mountains must be blocking the signal. On this side of the river lies the remains of a dirt road which runs north to south. Maps are consulted, and it is found that this trail leads north to a small camping settlement called Picacho, and south to Yuma. As it is far too dangerous to approach Yuma, it is decided to go north, in the hope of finding a way through the mountains to Highway 78. You join Rickenbacker in the clan pickup truck and begin scouting the way ahead, with clan symbols on the door. Surely it's safe. Follow the course of the Colorado River, first north and then west towards Picacho. Throughout your drive, you are treated to a spectacular view of the mighty river and the Imperial National Wildlife Refuge, once the home of eagles and deer, and great flocks of Canada geese, ducks, and swans. Yeah, Canada reference. Within the hour, you reach the tiny settlement of Picacho. Rickenbacker radios the news to the convoy and tells them to halt while you go ahead to check that it is safe to enter. Picacho appears to be empty, but as you make your approach, a clansman appears from one of the log cabins and starts waving at you. He is smiling, and because of the pickup you are driving, you assume he must think you are a fellow clansman. Two options. You can stop the truck, or continue towards them. Or him. I think we should continue this super cherie. As you drive nearer, Rickenbacker takes up his machine pistol in expectation of trouble. The clansman appears to be alone, and you notice that there is only one motorcycle parked beside the cabin from which he emerged. This cabin stands at the entrance to what was once a state-run campsite. After only a few seconds, the clansman's smile wears thin, to be replaced by a look of horror the moment he realizes that you are not what you seem. With a cry of anguish, he turns and runs through the campsite entrance. He's seen us! This is Rickenbacker. Quick call! Let's get him before he gets away! Hurriedly, you put your foot down and drive through the entranceway. Beyond lies a cluster of log cabins grouped in a horseshoe formation around the central parking area. As you squeal to a halt, the clansman is nowhere to be seen. We've gotta find him, and quick, says Rickenbacker, leaping from the passenger door. You search one side of the camp and I'll search the other. So two options, south or north. So no east, no left. Let's go with south. You leave the truck and run towards a gap between two of the cabins. Beyond lies a playground equipped with swings, slides, and seesaws, all fashioned from logs. In the middle of this play area stands a small wooden hut. Its thin timber door stands open, and inside you can see a workbench and a rack filled with carpentry tools. Add together your fieldcraft. First time it's used in this book. 5. and perception skill score. 5, that's 10. Your total is 10 or more. Glancing at the ground ahead, you notice that it is covered with a fine layer of dust. Your own feet leave noticeable tracks in this dust, yet there are no footprints across the playground or leading to the hut. Certain that he is not hiding there, you turn to look elsewhere for clues to his whereabouts. And as you move away from the playground, a burst of automatic gunfire rings out from the other side of the site. Rickenbacker's found him, whisper to yourself and run back towards the parking lot. Cross the center of the campsite and follow a paved path that leads to a barbecue area. Several brick-built ranges are dotted around this enclosure, beyond which you can see another log cabin. It is larger than any of the others, and judging by the faded sign that hangs from its roof, it once served as a restaurant for the site. As you approach the barbecue area, you see Rickenbacker crouched behind one of the ranges. He is involved in a firefight with the Klansman, who is hiding behind another brick range over on the other side. Near the restaurant, Rickenbacker fires a long burst, which pulverizes the Klansman position. His clip finally runs out of ammunition, and the Klansman leaps away from his bullet-ridden range and sprints towards the restaurant. He is hoping to get there before your partner can reload his gun. If you have a missile weapon and wish to fire, let's go. You raise your gun and take careful aim at the fleeing Klansman as he races up the dirt track that leads to the restaurant cabin. Pick a number from the random number table. That's 3, and add it to your shooting skill score. 5, that's 8. If you're using a rifle or a machine pistol, add 2 points. We're using a machine pistol, so that's 10. If your total score is 9 or more, you fire, and almost immediately you see the Klansman throw his hands in the air and fall forward stiffly to the ground. For a few moments his limbs move jerkily, then his whole body relaxes as it surrenders to death. A round of machine pistol. Rickenbacker appears at the edge of the barbecue area, drawn by the sound of gunfire. His face is lined with worry until he sees that we are still standing. You join with Rickenbacker in searching the Klansman's body and deduce from the tattoos of a big cat found on both his wrists that he is a Puma clan member. I wonder what he was doing here on his own, muses Rickenbacker. I have no idea, you reply, letting your eyes scan the surrounding campsite for a possible answer. You see nothing unusual, and it is not until you search inside the restaurant cabin that your question finds an answer. There you discover a store of foodstuffs, a secret hoard that the Klansman had been keeping from his fellow clan members. The colony sure is gonna appreciate this, says Rickenbacker. As he reaches for his radio transceiver, the colony is delighted to hear about your discovery, and while you wait for them to arrive, you take the opportunity to search the rest of the cabin for useful items. Your search uncovers the following: a machine pistol with 12 rounds of 9mm ammunition. So we're full again. Solar torch, binoculars, HE grenade. Enough food for 5 meals. Separate from the horde. Let's take 2, I guess. A rope, but we already have a big tow chain. And a knife plus 2 combat skill, useless. A few minutes later, you see Pete and Rex Tyler's tow truck leading the convoy into the Pikachu campsite. Few evidence since the provisions were destroyed by fire back at Sentinel, so it comes as no surprise to see the colonists rushing expectantly towards the restaurant cabin the instant their vehicles halt. For a moment you fear that you will be crushed in the stampede, but with the help of Cotter and a few of the Tucson men, the hungry crowd is held at bay and order is swiftly restored. And Cotter and his helpers ensure that the parcels of food are distributed fairly among the hungry colonists, and everyone settles down to enjoy an impromptu feast. Your share of the feast restores 2 endurance points. While everyone is eating, Popuel attempts to call up the Californian Army border post at Pine Valley, but still he is unable to make a clear radio contact. Maps are consulted, and it is decided that an attempt should be made to reach the town of Glamis before nightfall. Glamis here. It lies only 25 miles due west, yet the rugged peaks of the Cargo Muchacho Mountains stand defiantly in your way. Although taking the colony in its vehicles over this range will be an impossible task, the mountains are scored and divided by many gullies and dry water courses, and there is a strong possibility that a route through to Glamis could be found. However, to scout the mountains could take days. The problem seems insoluble until Rickenbacker suggests a novel solution to the dilemma. Yeah, the guy is the plane. Let me use Icarus, says Rickenbacker. Conditions are ideal, and if there's a way to be found through those mountains, I'll find it in a fraction of the time it'll take us to scout by foot or car. The colony agrees to his suggestion, and Icarus, his motorized hang glider, which until now has remained under wraps aboard the Tyler tow truck, is unloaded, assembled, and refueled. While Cotter checks the engine, Rickenbacker dons his flying suit, complete with goggles, leather flying helmet, and a white silk scarf. Then with a confident wave to the assembled colonist, he climbs into the fragile machine and takes to the air. Using his transceiver, he maintains radio contact with Popuel throughout his flight. After only 40 minutes in the air, he is able to map a route through the tortuous network of ridges and gullies that is wide enough and safe enough to carry the convoy across the mountains to Highway 78. Rickenbacker returns to the campsite, and as soon as Icarus has been taken apart and packed away, the convoy sets off towards the mountains. Guided by Rickenbacker's aerial notes, the two of you lead the line of colony vehicles through the sun-bleached mountains. It is a hot, dry, and dusty journey, during which you must take a drink, or lose 3 endurance. It is early evening when you emerge from the final gully and see the shimmering surface of Highway 78 in the distance. Blistered road signs point to Glamis, and effortlessly you follow the dust-blown highway west towards this little town, which lies at the southern edge of the Chocolate Mountains. Cookie warns that you are entering territory controlled by a clan called the Chargers, who are based in the city of El Centro. Forewarned, the convoy halts on the highway, while you and Rickenbacker venture ahead to check that Glamis is safe to enter. On a ridge overlooking the town, you stop to appraise the town's safety. It looks empty and deserted, but the gathering darkness makes it difficult to be absolutely sure. If you possess a combat viewer, you do. Scan the town using several of the viewing spectrums that your sophisticated lenses possess. The infrared and enhanced background light options show no signs of movement or unusual heat sources, such as auto exhaust, engine blocks, or chimneys, which will indicate that the town is occupied. Encouraged by the scan, you decide to investigate. Rickenbacker radios the convoy to inform them of your decision, and they request that you call in every 5 minutes. If you fail to call, they will assume you are in trouble and send a group to come to your rescue. 10-4, replies your partner, over and out. You leave the pickup truck parked behind a billboard at the entrance to the town and enter on foot. This tiny desert town consists of no more than 2 dozen buildings, all of which are in a state of partial collapse. Only two offer any shelter to a will-be ambusher, a motorcycle shop and a general store. Two options: investigate a motorcycle shop or take a look inside the general store. I think the motorcycle is more interesting. You kick the shop door and it creaks open unwillingly. Inside you find that the store is virtually empty, having already been looted by clansmen eager to get their hands on its stocks of off-road motorbikes. A brief search of a workshop at the back of the premises yields just two items which may be of use. A toolkit that we have already, and engine oil, but we don't have our roadster anymore, so it's not really interesting. Your partner confirms that the town is empty of clansmen. He radios the convoy, telling them as much, and shortly after receiving his call, the colony arrives. You spend a trouble-free night at Glamis, and a little after dawn the next morning, you and Rickenbacker set off to scout Highway 78. Oh, Pine Valley is over there. Quite a... As has become standard practice, you drive 2 miles ahead of the colony and report back to them regularly by radio. During your drive west, you passed over several small bridges that cross canals running north from the Colorado River to the Salton Sea. This area was extensively cultivated at the turn of the century to produce the extra food required to feed the rapidly growing urban populations of Los Angeles and San Diego. Now all that remains is a storm-ravaged wasteland. The journey passes without incident until you reach a highway junction. A mass of tents and bivouacs have been erected here, partially covering the road ahead. You possess binoculars, a telescope, or a combat viewer. We do. You pull over to the side of the road and Rickenbacker radios to the convoy, instructing it to stop and stand by. Using your magnifying device, you are able to see that behind the tents a roadblock has been erected. It consists of rubble and auto wrecks, and it completely blocks the highway leading to the town of Westmoreland. The road south to Brawley is open, but there are several strange-looking people standing at the junction, either singly or gathered in groups. Some are dressed in brightly colored patchwork clothes. Others are half naked, yet all of them have one thing in common. They move with such lethargy that, from a distance, they resemble a colony of shambling zombies. I don't like the look of this, you say to your partner. Radio the convoy and get them to put Cookie on. Maybe he knows something about these weirdos. Rickenbacker complies with your request, and within a minute or so you are talking to Cookie person to person. Sounds like you've run across a pack of crazies, says Cookie after listening to your description of the people at the junction. They're mainly junkies and street scum that the army kicked out LA and San Francisco. They're usually pretty harmless, but watch yourselves, you never can tell what they'll get up to. You thank Cookie for the advice, and sing off by telling the convoy that you and Rickenbacker are on your way back. We're about to reach for the ignition, when suddenly you hear movement away to your right. You turn your head and see 3 crazies, 2 men and a woman, emerge from the scrub and scurry towards the truck. Despite their frightening appearance, you notice that none of them appears to be armed. I think we should just drive away from them. Quickly, you drive back to the convoy, where a meeting is called to discuss the situation. It is decided that the convoy vehicles will be drawn up into breakout formation, ready to follow the highway south to Brawley. Once you reach this town, you will keep going at speed until you return to Interstate 8 near El Centro. Cookie reminds everyone that the Chargers clan is in control of that city, but his warning is all but ignored. Most of the colony still distrusts him, and those who do believe what he says feel that there is really no alternative route. Yeah, by looking at the map, there's no really any alternative route. If we move fast, says Scatter, and keep on moving, we'll be through El Centro and long gone before these chargers know what's happened. Within half an hour, the convoy is drawn up into its breakout formation, with the Tyler tow truck taking the lead. You squeeze your pickup into the line between the DC-1 school bus and the Land Cruiser, and wait impatiently for Pete Tyler to give the signal to roll. The discordant blare of an air horn tells every driver to start his engine. Then the convoy moves off like a giant disjointed metal snake, gradually gathering speed as it approaches the highway junction. Ahead you see the line of vehicles veer to the south, and as you approach the Crazy's dented encampment, you hear the shrill cackle of their laughter. Some of the more daring clansmen are laying stones and old auto parts at the speeding convoy. Most fall short or do minimal damage, but one missile, a frisbee-like autodisc, travels further than the rest. It arcs in the air above the DC-1 school bus and comes falling straight towards your windshield. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to your driving score. 2 plus 7, 9. If your total score is 9 or more. Skillfully, you swerve out of the line to avoid a falling disc. With a loud crunch, the metal plate cuts into your windshield, but because of your speedy reaction, it strikes the glass at an angle and is deflected away. The windshield is shattered by the impact, but you and your partner escape without injury. Once the convoy has left the Crazies far behind, it builds up a steady speed of 40 miles per hour and maintains this as it approaches the outskirts of El Centro. Rickenbacker has punched out the shattered remains of your truck's windshield, and a rush of cooling air fills the cab. Although this feels good, the thick dust that is being churned up by the wheels of the vehicles in front of you soon causes you problems. Unless you possess a leather face mask, you must lose 2 endurance points. Due to dust inhalation. I think we had one in the first book, maybe the second one. The goal was trying to pass for a clansman. Never came to fruition, and I dropped it. Another broken note from the tow truck warns everyone that you are approaching downtown El Centro. The ruined buildings which rush past on either side seem empty at first. Then you notice an occasional group of clansmen and women standing on the derelict street corners, and sporadic gunfire soon follows. 3 bullets strafe the convoy, but the damage is slight and you manage to reach Interstate 8 without sustaining any casualties. The convoy maintains its fast pace, which has undoubtedly saved you from a serious encounter with the Chargers clan. Not until at least 10 miles have been put between you and the city of El Centro does the convoy abandon its breakout formation and stop briefly to make a damage check. You must now take a drink or lose 3 endurance points. And we're out of water. While the vehicles are being checked, you drive to the rear of the line to make sure that the Chargers have not chosen to pursue the colony. You can see no sign of clan activity on the freeway, and when you relay this news to the colonists, an air of excitement grips them. You are now less than 50 miles from the Pine Valley checkpoint. The end of the journey is at last within grasp. Now that you no longer need to stay in breakout formation, you take your place at the head of the convoy and head off along the interstate. Soon you reach a place with the ominous name of Devil's Canyon, where the east and west lanes of the freeway part company in order to bypass a ridge of high ground. This ridge marks the start of a gradual climb towards the Tecate Divide and the mountains of Southern California, which have been instrumental in sparing the Pacific coastal territories from the worst of the post-Holocaust storms that have devastated the country's midwestern and eastern states. You are mindful that Popuel is eager to contact the Pine Valley checkpoint, and as you emerge from Devil's Canyon, you see a place that looks like the ideal location for him to transmit his radio message. Ahead you see a tall observation tower that rises high above the surrounding hills. It once provided sightseers with a magnificent view of the Anza Borrego Desert Park. Now it offers the perfect location for a radio transmission, clear of the surrounding peaks. Leave the freeway and lead the convoy along an access road that is marked with signs pointing to the Desert View Tower. The electric elevator that once serviced the observation platform is beyond repair, so the powerful DC-1 radio transmitter has to be carried all the way to the top, up several flights of stairs. Once in position, Pop at last makes contact with Pine Valley. At first they believe that the call is an elaborate clan trick, but confidential WDL call codes are given by a handful of Tucson colonists who were League operatives before the day. When these call codes are checked and discovered to be genuine, the Pine Valley Outpost receives special authorization from Army Control in LA to allow the convoy into Fortress, California. But this permission is coupled with certain conditions. A 0 hour is given. The colony must reach Pine Valley at 11 a.m., exactly 1 hour from now, if it is to be allowed to pass through the checkpoint. The Army also insists that radio silence be maintained until your arrival, for the frequency you have been using is known to the chargers and is often monitored. Pup agrees to the terms on behalf of the colony and signs off. Excited and eager to leave, the colonists return to their vehicles for the final journey to Pine Valley. You are one of the last to leave the tower, and when you are halfway down the ladder, you suddenly hear Rickenbacker shout a warning from the platform above. "My God, there's a clan convoy on the freeway!" Hurriedly, you climb the stairs to the observation platform and find Rickenbacker pointing east towards Devil Canyon. You do not need binoculars to be able to see the long column of trucks that are racing along the freeway. "Damn it, they must have eavesdropped on the radio conversation Pop just had with Pine Valley," you say, your mind reeling at what could happen. "I'd bet my last water ration that they're gonna try to destroy our..." Well, we don't have any more water ration. "They're gonna try to destroy our colony and trick Pine Valley into letting them through the checkpoint instead." An icy cold chill runs the length of your spine when you recognize the emblems that are emblazoned boldly on the sides of the vehicles. They are the Lion's Den motifs of the Detroit Lions clan. With eyes wide with fear, you focus on the leading vehicle. It is the Speedster. I was wondering when Mad Dog will make his entry. "Oh my God," you gasp. "It's Mad Dog Michigan. He's still alive after all." At once you turn and rush to the steps. "Come on, Rick. We've gotta warn the others." The news comes as a devastating shock to the colonists. The Detroit Lions are little more than 2 miles away and closing fast. They catch up with you, they could easily wipe you out and leave no trace. Then if they could reach Pine Valley at 0 hour, they will breach the checkpoint defenses and open the door for a clan invasion of Southern California. Situation's desperate, says Carter to the hastily gathered group of colony elders, and it calls for desperate action. "The only chance we've got reaching Pine Valley is if the Lions can be prevented from pursuing us," says Carter, his voice uncharacteristically hard. You look around the gathered group and see stark fear in the colonists' face. For most, they've anticipated what Carter is about to propose. Yeah, that someone will sacrifice itself. like us. What we need are volunteers to stay behind and hold up Mad Dog Michigan's column just long enough for convoy to reach Pine Valley. I am willing to stay. Will stay with me? Two options. Do we volunteer to stay with Cutter and fight? Or not? I think whatever we say, we're going to stay anyway. It's to a major turning point. The big fight with Mad Dog Michigan and everything. More than 20 colonists step forward with you and volunteer themselves in the defense of the convoy, even though you all know that the action could cost your lives. Among the volunteers, you see many familiar faces. Rickenbacker, Macy, Langdon, Avenall, and the Tyler brothers. Also, to your surprise, you see Kate. She has not completely recovered from her illness, but she is determined not to let that stop her. She comes and stands by your side, and you feel her warm and squeezing yours, reassuringly. Hurriedly, the remaining colonists return to the convoy vehicles and begin to leave. Meanwhile, Cutter gathers about him all those who have volunteered to stay and fight. Using a map, and with minutes to spare before Mad Dog's clansmen are expected to show up, he sketches his plan of action. Cutter decides that the best place to delay the enemy is at the railroad bridge, located 6 miles west along Interstate 8, at a place called Round Mountain. Using the DC-1 tanker, which is still laden with over 2,000 gallons of gasoline, and a handful of smaller vehicles, Cutter plans to block both freeway lanes and then set fire to the tanker, turning the roadblock into a blazing barricade. With the rear guard volunteers in position on either side of the freeway, some on the slopes of Round Mountain and a few holding the high ground directly opposite, overlooking the bridge, is confident that you will be able to hold back Mad Dog's clan long enough for the convoy to reach the safety of Pine Valley. Once everyone has been briefed and is aware of the part they are expected to play in this desperate action, the last of the spare weapons and ammunition are distributed among you. You may choose to replenish your supply from the following: pistol rifle, 5 rounds of 7.62mm, 18 rounds of 9mm, and 12 rounds of 12 gauge. Maybe you could swap out a bunch of 9mm for 7.62 so that we can use our rifle. Two rounds of rifles enough, I think. There we goes to the final fight. Few words are exchanged as Rickenbacker, Kate, yourself, and 6 Tucson men climb into your pickup truck and follow behind the gas tanker as it leaves the Desert View Tower. 3 other vehicles follow you in line, each with its complement of stern-faced defenders pledged to holding off Mad Dog Michigan for as long as it takes the convoy to reach Pine Valley. You sense that, like you, the others are trying hard not to think about the outcome of losing the impending battle. For deep down they know that, at best, only a few of you can expect to survive. 10 uncomfortable minutes pass before Rickenbacker's transceiver crackles into life. It is Cutter calling all vehicles. Bridge ahead. Get ready to deploy your vehicles and take cover. Follow my lead out. Then you see the parapets of the railroad bridge in the distance, and a sick feeling rises in your stomach. The tanker starts to brake, and then it turns towards the gap in the central crash barriers, where Cutter brings its shuddering to a halt. You copy his maneuver, as do the vehicles following, and together you park in a line nose to tail across all 10 lanes of Interstate 8. jump out of the driver's seat and together with Kate, run forward to join Cotter. Anxiously, you ask for his orders. Regan has split into two groups, he says, surveying and assessing the surrounding terrain. One group to help me fire these vehicles, the other to take up position on the surrounding high ground, ready to open fire when the lions show. Two options. We can help Cotter set fire to the vehicles, or we can take up a defensive position on the slopes, overlooking the bridge. Don't really have anything to set fire to the vehicles. Although setting fire to the vehicles is kind of the front line. Someone else will bring the fire. Cotter tells you and Rickenbacker to follow him to the rear of the gas tanker. There he connects the tanker's filler hose to the fuel discharge valve, and then passes the nozzle of the nose to you. Together, you and Rickenbacker unwind it to its fullest extent, and then signal to Cotter to open the valve. As the gasoline starts to gush from the nozzle, you and your partner walk along the line of parked vehicles and douse them liberally with fuel. And when the tanker is near empty, Cotter orders everyone to clear the area. You run to join Kate. She's crouching in a hollow on the lower slopes of Round Mountain, close to the freeway. It is a good position, giving a clear view of the bridge and the railroad beneath it. You have just settled into the space beside her, when the first of the clan scouts appears in the distance, at the exit from Devil's Canyon. Cotter sets fire to a rag and tosses it onto the flatbed of a pickup truck at the end of the line. There is a loud rush of air, whoomph, and a brilliant flash of yellow light. The whole line of vehicles is engulfed by a wall of flame. With a shimmering heat haze, you see the first vehicle in the clan convoy roll to a halt about 200 yards from the blazing barricade. The others stop in line behind it, and a swarm of leather-clad clansmen disembark and scurry for cover among the rocks on either side of the freeway. Glance at Kate and force a smile as you slip off your gun's safety catch and prepare to meet their advance. "I'm scared," she whispers, her soft voice wavering with fear. "Don't worry," you say reassuringly. "We're gonna make it." Then you hear the distant popping of gunfire, and bullets start to whistle and buzz above your head like angry insects. You're right. A group of fellow defenders open fire at a pair of clansmen who have broken cover less than 100 yards away. They're trying to descend the embankment of the railroad track. Bullets kick up the dust all around them, but miraculously, neither is it. You reach the rails and run beneath the bridge, disappearing quickly from view. You have turned your attention back to the freeway and are getting ready to fire your first shot when suddenly the two clansmen reappear barely 10 yards in front of the hollow. Covered by the gradient and the wire-hard scrub, they have approached close enough for you to be able to see the whites of their eyes. The leader steadies himself on the steep slope and draws his pistol. He is staring fixedly at you, leaving you in no doubt that you are his intended target. If the weapon you are using is a pistol, machine pistol or rifle, guess it will be better a machine pistol. The loose earth. Yep, I made an error here. Rounds for space. Better. The loose earth and the steepness of the slope are making it difficult for the clansman to maintain his balance before he can steady himself well enough to take an aimed shot. You raise your G12 and squeeze off a burst of fire, aim at his chest. Kind of the same thing. Pick a number from the random number table. 2 and add it to your shooting skill score. 5, which is 7. Your total score is 7 or more. Your gunfire hits the clansman squarely in the chest, sending him crashing backwards down the embankment. Ammo less. Kate loses off a burst of automatic fire from her machine pistol, deftly putting paid to his partner. Two more clansmen attempt to copy their actions, but end up exactly the same way, lying in a tangled heap on the railroad tracks. For a minute there is a lull in the fighting, and you spot a new threat taking shape. A group of 6 Detroit Lions is trying to circle around behind your position by way of a gravel road that runs alongside a railroad line. Call out to Macy and 2 Tucson colonists, Cleaver and Zay, who are occupying a shallow trench nearby, and point out the danger. You ask them to help you to stop the Lions, and they agree to follow you. Stay here, Kate, you say her gently, in reply to her worried protests. I'll be back, I promise. As your group of defenders moves to intercept the raiding party, bursts of automatic fire kick up flurries of dust all around you. Your comrades are laying down a heavy covering fire, but it does not deter you from heading off the raiding party's attempt to circle behind your position. When finally you reach a gravel road, you find yourself confronting the raiding party head-on and out in the open, where there is little or no cover. Instantly, your group finds itself in the middle of a desperate close-range firefight. Pick a number from the random number table. 6 and add it to your shooting. 5, that's 11, and stealth score 20. Minus 3, 17, minus 2, 15. Your total score is 15 or more. You bring your gun up and fire at the first enemy clansman you see. I guess we're on machine pistol road. Your snapshot catches him in the legs and sends him tumbling to the ground, but not before he has had a chance to return the compliment. Fortunately, in the heat of this firefight, your reactions have become lightning fast. His machine pistol fire rips up the ground around your feet, but you save yourself by diving for cover amongst the sparse scrub that borders the railroad line. The firefight ends as rapidly as it began, and when the gun smoke clears, you see that not one of the Lions' raiding party has survived the encounter. However, the battle has been ghostly for both sides. When you call for a name check among your group, you discover that neither Cleaver nor Zay survived the fight, and that your fellow convoy scout, Macy, has been badly wounded in the wrist and thigh. Carefully, you help Macy to climb the slope that leads back to the hollow, where Kate is waiting anxiously for your return. When eventually you get back to the hollow overlooking the freeway, find that your fellow defenders are coming under increasingly heavy fire. Kate is uninjured, but she's almost out of ammunition. Through the fire and smoke, you glimpse Mad Dog Michigan directing his men. A dozen of his scouts are busy working on his speedster, roping and wedging a section of crash barrier to the front of the battered vehicle. The barricade of fire is beginning to wane, and at once you realize Mad Dog's intention. He's going to try to ram his way through the line of burning trucks. You possess a rifle. Good thing that we traded a bunch of 9mm rounds for a 7.62 rounds. Mad Dog is over 200 yards away, but using your rifle, it will be possible to hit him from where you are. If you wish to try to shoot Mad Dog Michigan, or not. Feel like it's a fruitless shoot. Fruitless shoot. Go for it. There's a chance that we can kill him right now. It will be best. Carefully, you wind the strap of your rifle around your left forearm for extra stability, and then settle against the lip of the hollow and take aim at the distant figure. When you are sure that you are on target, you fire, But at that precise moment, a cloud of oily smoke wafts up from the burning barricade and obscures your view. Smoke clears quickly, but when it does, there is no trace of Mad Dog, Michigan. Damn. Will have been way too easy. A few moments later, there is a terrific flash on the freeway as Mad Dog Michigan speedsters come smashing through the burning barricade. The speedster is badly damaged in the collision, but it creates a gap through which two more Lions Clan trucks come racing, close behind the lead vehicle. They stop in the center of the freeway and unload their passengers swiftly. The Klansmen come racing up the slopes on either side, with their guns blazing. Rickenbacker appears and jumps into the hollow beside you and Kate. "Now the fats, in, the fire," he says, laboring to catch his breath. "Let's give them a welcome they won't forget in a hurry." As the first of the lions draw near to the hollow, you take up your gun once more and prepare to greet them with a hail of lead. Pistol, machine pistol, rifle, shotgun. So it would be machine pistol. A heavy-set Detroit Lion scout dressed in a leather motorcycle suit and with a necklace of bear's teeth strung about his throat comes rushing up the slope towards you, his machine pistol spitting fire. Coolly, you raise your own machine pistol and return his fire as his bullets whistle and whine around your head. Pick a number from the random number table. That's 2, and add it to your shooting skill score. 5, that's 7. Your total score is 7 or less. Oh. Your gunfire misses its intended target, but wounds one of the scouts following closely behind. Silver lining, I guess. Ammo, they're going away. We're halfway through our total ammo. The Klansman you miss stops in mid-stride and raises his weapon to his shoulder. This time he intends to make sure his bullets hit you. 2 options, fire again or duck. Think it's time to duck. The staccato rattle of the Klansman machine pistol fills your ears as you dive and roll for cover behind the lip of the hollow. Pick a number from the random number table. 2 again. Add to this number your stealth skill score. That's 9, 11, minus 3, 8, minus 2, 6. And your current endurance points, 20 for 26 if your total score is 23 or more. You drop behind the edge of the hollow moments before the Klansman bullets tear into the earth. Then you hear the chatter of Kate's gun and suddenly there is silence. Cautiously you raise your head and see the Klansman's body tumbling backwards down the slope. The sight of his death sends a shock wave through his confederates, and at once their attack falters. Encouraged by their sudden change of heart, you watch as they fall back towards their trucks, which are parked in the center of the freeway. The retreat is only a short reprieve in the concentrated clan attack. Almost immediately, several more trucks parked with Detroit Lions and supported by groups of Chargers come pouring through the gap in the barricade and deploy themselves on the freeway. Cotter appears on the slopes below. He is waving and calling for you to pull back along the freeway before it is too late. Opposite, your fellow defenders are taking the brunt of the attack, and you know that it will not be long before some of that clan attention is transferred to your side of the freeway. "We're out of here!" you cry and lead your tiny group down the slope towards a gully where Cotter is waiting. Without looking back, you run with the others until you reach a ranger's lodge, partially hidden by pines, less than a mile from the freeway. There you stop to catch your breath, and as you look around at the faces of your companions, Rickenbacker, Cotter, Kate, and Langdon, you wonder if this is all that now remains of the convoy's rear guard. Cutter looks at his wristwatch and says, "It's 11:05. The convoy should have made it by now. I'm gonna try to contact them by radio." Using Rickenbacker's transceiver, Cutter attempts to call up Popuel, and anxiously you await the response. At first, nothing but the crackle of static pours from the transceiver's tiny speaker. But then it clears, and you hear Pop's voice coming through loud and clear. "We've made it! We've arrived!" The message puts a smile back on all your faces. Cutter is about to reply when there's a terrific flash and a loud explosion. All of you are hurled backwards to the floor as the door of the lodge is blown open by the blast of a grenade. Stunned and deafened by the unexpected explosion, you drag yourself upright into a sitting position in time to see, through the acrid smoke, a figure approaching the open doorway. Blindly you feel for your gun, but it is nowhere to end. Then the high-pitched sound of a small engine pierces the incessant ringing in your ears, at once setting your nerves on edge. You reach for a close combat weapon as the figure steps into the lodge, and your blood runs cold when the maniacal features of Mad Dog Michigan swim into focus before your eyes. His crash into the Pantano wash has cost him dearly. His face is a crisscross of livid scars, many of them swollen around the stitches that are keeping the torn flesh together. He has lost his left hand, and one eye is hidden behind a patch of black cotton. It serves a practical purpose, hiding a now empty socket, yet it also exaggerates the expression of hate and vengeance that fixes the clan leader's mouth. "Revenge is mine at last, Phoenix," spits and raises the motorized chainsaw that he grasps in his right hand. The motor screams as he slashes wildly at the air, and then he brings the buzzing, toothed blade down upon a tabletop, and its surface explodes into splinters and dust. He laughs, a madman's laugh, as he steps slowly nearer to where you sit. With a final howl of glee, he raises the saw and screams, "Now you die." Two options: throw our close combat weapon at Mad Dog Michigan and attempt to ward off his attack, or don't. Sounds kind of weird, but you have 2+3 combat skills weapons, so we can throw the fire axe and fight with the meat cleaver. Meat cleaver against chainsaw. That's a fight of the century. Your weapon spins towards its chest, and frantically Mad Dog raises his chainsaw in an attempt to bat it aside before it strikes him. Pick a number from the random number table. 1. Damn! And add it to your Fieldcraft score. 6. Your total score is 11 or less. Yeah, we're not good at throwing fire axes. A splash of sparks lights up the lodge as your weapon is chewed up by the chainsaw's spinning toothed blade. Mad Dog's laugh becomes a malevolent snigger as he launches a wide sweeping slice at your head. You avoid instant decapitation by rolling across the debris-strewn floor, but as you rise to your feet, a wave of dizziness robs you momentarily of your sight, and you stumble backwards against the wall. Your vision clears, and as Mad Dog approaches, you duck below his wild sweeps and thrust your weapon at his chest. You draw first blood. The clan leader squeals like a stuck pig and pulls away, but quickly recovers and attacks like a man possessed. Final fight of Freeway Warrior. Mad Dog Michigan. Was bound to happen. Combat skill 21. So we are even. Endurance 26. Only have 20. However, usually an even combat ratio is to the advantage of Lone Wolf, or in this case, called Phoenix. See how it goes. 6. So that's 3 against 4 damage. Not a really good start. 9, way better. 2 against 5. 4. 4 against 4. Mad Dog is 30 points till dead, and we're 11 points till dead. 0. No damage against 7. A 3. 2 against 6, and it's done. 26 damage to Mad Dog Michigan against only 11, so we're down to 9 endurance points. Gasping for breath, you step back from Mad Dog's lifeless body and turn around to give what help you can to your friends. You are saddened to see that Langdon is beyond help. He took the full force of the blast that blew open the lodge door and must have died instantly. For a moment you fear that all the others have suffered a similar fate, but your panic soon passes when you check them out one by one. Kate is the first to regain her feet. She has just managed to stand when she sees Mad Dog lying dead on the floor, and almost swoons. Support her and hold on to her until the dizziness passes. At last, she says, looking down at the evocator's face. The nightmare is finally over. Not completely, says Cotter, wiping away a trickle of blood from his brow. That's right, interjects Rickenbacker. We've still got to get to Pine Valley. Outside you find a pickup truck. It was the vehicle Mad Dog used to reach the lodge ahead of his clansmen. Now these Detroit Lions cannot be too far away, and they have been reinforced by an additional contingent of Chargers. Quickly the four of you jump into the truck and head west, driving cross-country until you rejoin the freeway near a small town called Boulevard. Not on the map. During your escape, Cotter makes radio contact with Pine Valley and tells them that you are on your way. He also warns them that you have a clan army hot on your heels. Don't worry about them, comes the reply. We've got a little surprise in store for those guys. You just keep your foot down and don't stop for nothing, you hear? All of you are puzzled by the message. Then as you reach a high peak called Chriswood Summit, you hear the roar of a jet engine approaching from out of the western sky. It is a fighter craft, and Kate is the first to see it as it skims the top of Long Valley Peak and comes screaming towards you, tracking along the line of Interstate 8. Captain Ed Hughes makes a mental note of his airspeed and altitude and realigns his F-14 Tomcat, ready for a strike. His is the last serviceable fighter of the VF-213 Black Lion Squadron left at the Miramar Naval Air Station, and he is proud to have been the one called upon to fly his aging but deadly combat machine on what could be its last mission. The target appears in the distance, and automatically Hughes arms his sidewinders and locks on his targeting computer. He is seconds away from contact. A last radio check confirms that the target is valid, and with an almost casual ease, he depresses the twin red fire buttons and sends his missiles screaming towards the line of clan vehicles. By the time they have struck and destroyed the clan column, he has already banked out of his dive, and is heading west, above the Southwood Mountains, on a bearing that will take him back to his base at NAS, Miramar Fighter Town, USA. The sound of the F-14's attack hits you like a clap of thunder behind the ears. There is a massive explosion, followed by a long and heavy rumble that echoes for minutes among the surrounding peaks. The suddenness and awesome power of the strike leaves all four of you stunned into open-mouthed silence, and it is not until you reach Pine Valley and see your fellow colonists waiting expectantly beyond the fence checkpoint that you recover your senses fully and comprehend what has happened. You have survived the journey of a lifetime, and at last, you have reached your goal. Following your reunion with your fellow colonists, you were escorted by the Army to the U.S. Naval Hospital in San Diego, where those who require it receive expert medical attention. News of your daring journey spreads quickly, and many hundreds of San Diegans besiege the hospital for a glimpse of those who have come out of the Omega Zone, a region where no civilized man was thought capable of surviving for more than a few weeks. It is not long before the full account of the hardships and perils you have faced are coaxed out of your fellow colonists by the news-hungry Californian populace. Within a few days, you discover that your personal exploits have made you quite a hero in their eyes, especially when it is revealed that you were born and raised in California. Your reputation is further glorified when the full story of your love for Kate Norton is told, and of how you saved her from the clutches of a despised AVOC leader against all odds. The army and the civil leaders stage a special ceremony in honor of the indefatigable spirit that you and your colony displayed during your exodus. News of the ceremony comes as an unexpected surprise, yet there is an even greater surprise awaiting you. At the end of the grand ceremony, you are reunited with your family, all of whom have survived the post-Holocaust years. It is a joyous and emotional reunion, the memory of which you will cherish for the rest of your life. For you, Paul Phoenix, the journey is over. You have triumphed where most will have failed, and by doing so, you have earned yourself a special place in the history of America. So that's it. That's the end of the Freeway Warrior series by Joe Dever. Quite different type of adventure than Lone Wolf. It was way better than World of Lone Wolf, I found out. It shows that the one in charge here was Mr. Dever and not Ian Page. Nothing against Ian Page, but less quality in World of Lone Wolf writing and how the story goes, the different choices, the main character. And it's good to be back with better story with the one of Carl Phoenix. There was some kind of obvious, clear choices that happened here. The end with Mad Dog Michigan was to be a reconning some kind. You knew it was going to happen. It would be quite strange to either fight the US Army or fight the Pentagon guy, the Chargers clan. So yeah, a nice finally with Mad Dog Michigan that survived for sure his end of book 3. Yeah, way better. It's not as good as the Lone Wolf. I guess the universe plays a large part of it actually, since the Lone Wolf universe is quite good compared to simple post-apocalyptic American story, kind of. But yeah, way better than World of Lone Wolf. Anyway, for what happens next, not sure about next week, like I said at the beginning of the stream. I'm taking suggestions about the books that, or the series of books that I could play next while waiting book 7 of the Magna Chi Definitive Edition series. Not available yet in paperback edition. We'll see in the following month-ish. But I take any kind of suggestions. I have quite a good amount of game books here that I can take, but I'm willing to buy some new ones. Any suggestions are made. We'll see till next week. So for now, it was the adventure of Carl Phoenix, the Freeway Warrior by Joe Ever. See you next time.